Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very sorry we're a little bit late. We're going to be speaking in English, and but if you are inspired, if something directs you to speak this noble language, you're welcome. I'm sorry that a little bit late. We are trying to take care of the other end, and Yoruba will say akílékù méjì ká má pòfo, àti pé èèyàn mẹ́rin kò lè, èèyàn mẹ́ta ò lè dúró ní méjì méjì. Thank you so very much. My name is Shola Yusuf. I have seen all my big sisters, they are here, and I have seen all the people that we must see before we start a program like this. Baba Adeboye Sheti Wambi. Is Baba Moye here? I haven't seen him. I've seen my engineer, Prince Tony. Thank you so much. My sweet auntie is here. I'm very happy to see you, ma. Yes, ma. So this episode that we're starting, I was thinking that we should do it in English because of the topic, but we can speak Yoruba in between. We own the Yoruba language, it's ours, and we pay for English, so it's ours too. I want to start by welcoming the Amuye. But before I welcome the Amuye today, please, I want to first welcome Adele Olotu so he can continue to delay for us. Otumba Ucheni, welcome. How is family? Or the Udabi, as my people will say. You are welcome to another important edition of Yoruba Gbode, and thank you for always being there for our race, our people, and this noble program. Ẹ ṣé àdúpẹ́. Ọ̀túnba, ẹ lè sọ̀rọ̀ kí wọ́n mọ̀ pé yín ni o.
Hello, mo kí gbogbo ilé o, olóòtú, mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà lórí ìjókòó. Ṣàlàáfíà lẹ́wà o.
Olúwa ṣeun, àlàáfíà ni.
Ẹ ṣé sísí wa.
Ẹ ṣeun.
Ẹ ṣé.
Baba Moye is not here yet. Dókítà ọlọ́pọlọ, Bọ̀dá Bíyì, are you here? Mi ò rí yín o. He was just coming from, he is coming from where I was coming from. Busy, all about how we are going to make it, and by the grace of God, we are going to make it. Baba, alàgbà engineer gbà pátápátá bàbá l'Ógbómọ̀ṣọ́, alàgbà engineer Oyètúndé Bankole, Thomas, welcome to another edition of Yoruba Gbode.
Ẹ ṣé o, a kí yín o, a kú ìpàdé lónìí o.
Ẹ kú gbàtà mi. Thank you, sir. Dr. Oyefule is not here yet. Some of our people are not.
Baba Adeboye. Baba ti wọlé.
Okay. Baba Adeboye.
Ẹ kú wájú o.
So, dáadáa, bá rí tàgìrì àwọ̀ ò léwu.
Ẹ ṣeun.
Baba, welcome to another important edition of Yoruba Gbode. We are going to be bilingual today. Speak English.
Ẹ tí àbá wa gbọ́ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì nǹkan.
ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ti fowó ra Gẹ̀ẹ́sì. Èèyàn lè fowó ròyìn kọ́ mọ́ kọ lójú.
Ọ̀dà.
Ó lè ti múra bí ẹ mọ̀ múra àwọn Gẹ̀ẹ́sì wá ni.
Ok, mo ṣe mistake ni.
Ẹ ṣe mistake bí ẹ múra fáwọn Gẹ̀ẹ́sì wá ni kí wọ́n lè bá àmọ́ páwọn nìkan kọ́ làwọn mọ̀ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì.
Wọ́n gbọ́ Yorùbá so wọ́n
mo lè fi kan lára àwọn news material kan ṣe.
Mo rántí màmá mi ní àsìkò ìgbà tí wọ́n wà ní ọ̀dọ̀ mi ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún. Ẹ dákun ẹ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ má jẹ́ ń pa yín lẹ́nu mọ́ o. Ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ń sọ kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ táwa ń sọ. Tí a bá wá sọ fún wọn pé màmá tán bá sọ òyìnbó sí wọn tán sọ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì sí wọn, Yorùbá ni màmá ò fi mọ̀ dá wọn lóhùn. Wọ́n ṣá máa sọ, wọ́n kọjú sí wọn, wọ́n á wá ṣe bí ẹni pé àwọn òyìnbó yẹn gbọ́ nǹkan táwọn ń sọ. Òyìnbó ọmọ sọ tiẹ̀, àwọn ó ṣàkọjú sí wọn, wọ́n mọ̀ sọ. Ìgbà tó bẹ́yẹ tí ń bá ní máàmì àwọn tẹ́ ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ yìí wọn ò gbọ́, wá ní ẹṣẹ́jọ́ tèmi wá nù. Kì í ṣẹjọ́ yìí ṣùgbọ́n wọn ò gbọ́ nǹkan tí ẹ ń sọ, ẹ kàn ń sọ ni wọ́n ní àwọn ò gbọ́ tèmi, èmi náà ò gbọ́ tiwọn. Kì í ṣẹjọ́ mi, ẹ má bá mi wí. Àwọn tí wọ́n gọ̀gọ̀gọ̀ tí wọn ò gbọ́ Yorùbá ló yẹ kẹ́ ẹ bá wí. Èdè wọn jọ wọn lójú bí nǹkan mi. Èdè Yorùbá yẹn.
Mo ti máa sọ fún ọ Ṣọlá pé ọmọ gbọ̀ngàn ni ìyá olóbì ò kì í gbàgbọ́.
Ó yé mi. So I'm still waiting for other people that are going to join us. I'm going to call Eda Kwentobara Eba mi pe Baba. Today we want to start one serious topic. This program, this topic we may not be able to finish today because it's very, very important. And I want us to pay attention. I try to promote it, and I know that there are people on YouTube, there are people, on the radio, Yoruba Gbode, but we are not many here. We are only very few here. This topic is very, very important. Amúnisìn on YouTube. Òyìnbó amúnisìn that they call colonialism is very, very deep. It's very, very important. So we should take note. Probably all the problem that we have now stem from there.
Sorry, Larry.
Because of that, we are going to dig deep. And then we are going to make this topic to be available to our children too. I'm going to encourage all of us to go back to Yoruba Gbode YouTube and make sure that we forward it to our children after the program.
Mm-hmm.
If we did it, that's why I want us to do it in English. If we haven't done that before, we must do this one. We must make sure that this trend, this goes around very, very much. The colonialism, as it affects Africa, we are going to start from beginning. And once more, I welcome Baba to Yoruba Gbode, and I welcome Yeye Omofolabo Ajayi Soyinka and everybody here, including Amoye, Engineer Baba, Thomas. Thank you. What is colonialism? Briefly said, is when people from another place just come and they take over. We didn't know them before. We didn't invite them. We are not relatives. We didn't employ them to work for us in any way, but they came and just took over. Everywhere. They are the bosses. They tell us what to do. With our family, they tell us what to do. Probably they were able to tell men when they should go in with their wives. That's how powerful they were. Òyìnbó aláwọ̀ funfun, òyìnbó àlùmọ̀ǹṣarara. I am going to start with Baba Adeboye Adeniran, who is going to briefly give us the introduction, and then I will go to Yeye Ajayi Soyinka. Thank you. Baba, over to you, sir.
Mo kí gbogbo ilé o, ẹ kú ìjókòó, ẹ kú sùúrù, ẹ kú gbogbo wa ti ń bá kiri. Ohun tá à ń wá Ọlọ́run.
Bàbá ṣe máa sọ òyìnbó nítorí àwọn ọmọ wa o. A fẹ́ kí wọ́n rí.
Mo ti gbàgbé wọn ò gbé èbò tó bẹ́ẹ̀. Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to Yoruba Gbode as usual. I'm going to tell you a secret. I was born on a Sunday, so I tend to be happy that something of this nature is happening on my on Sunday, because instead of doing something else that I was trained to do, I'm back to where I belong as a person. Now, I'm really very happy to be here, and I'm always when I look at all the faces, I'm always flattered. Now, let me remind us of a couple of things. Colonialism is not a new thing at all. It began long ago. Those of you who are Christians or Muslims, I'm going to use you as examples of how colonialism began in your own region of faith. But if you look at, if we start with the Christians, you will see that in Genesis, I think it's chapter 8, I don't remember, it's been a long time. God promised Abraham to leave the land, that he would leave the land of his birth. I think it's in U-R, whichever you pronounce it, in Babylon. Today's Iraq. And he would lead him to a land that will be taken. He and his people would take that land as a possession. I think it's August chapter 8, but if not, maybe chapter 15, I don't remember. In any case, the land they were talking about is the land of Canaan, which overlaps what we call Palestine today. So Abraham and his people, as a reward for accepting to sacrifice his son, some people say Israel or Jacob, other people say Ishmael. One of them was the son of Sarah, the other was the son of Hagar. Because he obeyed God to try to sacrifice his son, and God showed him something else to substitute, he then promised him some land way from Babylon. And that's how people, from that angle, that's how people started moving from their own land to go and confiscate other people's lands. And if you read the Bible a little more, you will see that it wasn't taken by embrace of the people they found in there. They waged war against the people. The wall of Jericho had to fall. Now, even if we are modest about dates, that's something about 4,000 years ago, more than 4,000 years ago. Now, you can go further and go from India to China. That's how Buddhism spread. Buddhism and Hinduism spread to East from India to China, to all kinds of places. Again, by conquest, you go in there, you conquer the land, you convince the people that they are to quote my favorite.
Who is that? Who is that? Torí Ọlọ́run. Prince Toyin, can you mute everybody? Shetiri. That person is spoil it for everybody. We don't want to mute people. Yeah. Okay.
So
okay, Baba,
I want you to remember that Abraham was a contemporary of Hammurabi, king of Babylon. So that's only about 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. Way before that, India moved to east to what we call China and all of those places today, all the way up to Japan, and found people practicing whatever they were practicing, conquered them, introduced religion, etc., etc. They did not, the word colonize assumed that you are settling. So I'm not going to spend too much time distinguishing between colonialism and imperialism. Imperialism is what I'm defining principally. Colonialism may be a corollary of it. Ammunition will describe this because Oyibo settled in Nigeria, but they control our way of life. They control our way of life since they came in contact with us. So that's how controlling the way of life, the way of thought, is imperialism, and reaping, especially when you reap material benefit from it. That's what has happened all over the planet. As recently as 12th century, people went from Italy to China. What's the name of the guy? I continue to forget. Sometimes I remember, sometimes I forget. But the point of the matter is that movement has been going on in continental Asia, of which Europe and Arabia are merely tails. If you look at the map, you see that there's one major land thing that we now call Europe and Asia. It's really one continent. Europeans just decided to call their own peninsula another name. But I won't say that much. Our greatest challenge in Africa has been that where land was not needed to cross, that is, you are not crossing from Arabia to Egypt or vice versa, and you have to sail. That's how we got into the problem we got now with the Europeans. Before, it was only with the Arabs, because there's a land bridge, before they dug the Suez Canal. But once you have the War of Roses, the War of Religion, all of that stuff, and the pathway to Europe, from Europe to India, became blocked, then Europe had to look for another way to get to India, and that's how they found us, and the rest is history. So colonialism, whether it is a settler colonialism like you have in South Africa, or mere indirect, mere imperialism where you have only a handful of people controlling millions of people, that has been going on for a long, long time with all of its negative consequences for the indigenous people. You go to Australia, you go to New Zealand, you go to Canada, you go to the Americas, you will find that has been going on continuously with varying degrees of abuse. Let me keep quiet there. Before I keep quiet, we're going to colonize Ìjẹ̀bú. That's for the advantage of Dr. Yufule.
Ìkan náà ni wá o, a yàtọ̀ síra wa.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o, Ìbàdàn nìkan náà ló colonize.
Gbọ̀ngàn ló dábàdàn lẹ̀ yé sọ́sí.
Mo dey support professor last statement. Gbọ̀ngàn ló dá Ìbàdàn lẹ̀, mo support wọn pátápátá.
Oh, okay. Èmi náà support wọn pé Ìbàdàn ló dá gbọ̀ngàn lẹ̀. Ẹ ṣé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá gbọ́ Yorùbá, báwo lọmọ ṣe lè bí bàbá ẹ̀?
Ó máa yà mí lẹ́nu.
Gbọ̀ngàn has been there since Abiodun, since Aláàfin Abiodun died. Ìbàdàn was
Ọmọ
only.
lè bí bàbá tí wọ́n bá sọ ọmọ ní bàbá rí mi sá.
If you knew the history of Chinese in America, bàbá ọmọ máa ń bí bàbá ẹ̀.
Lóòótọ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ọ̀dà.
Thank you. I'm also again taking this opportunity to welcome my dear Ẹ̀gbọ́n, the Ọ̀túnba Alábáyan of Ìjẹ̀bú-Igbó and Aṣíwájú of Agemo, Dókítà Ọlọ́pọlọ. You are welcome to this special edition of Yoruba Gbode because you are speaking Ìjẹ̀bú English.
Wow. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we said we are going to speak English on this program because we want to make sure, and I'm charging everybody, please, I want you to forward this from Yoruba Gbode YouTube to our children. Everybody that has a child that is above the age of 12, please let them have a copy. Encourage them to listen to it when they are doing something. Let them just listen. So welcome, Dr. Yefule. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So Baba has opened it up. Okay, Dr. Yefule, ẹ kí àwọn èèyàn wa.
Ẹ ṣeun, ẹ kú lé o gbogbo all our people. You are welcome to this episode of Yoruba Gbode. We are going to listen very carefully to all those who speak and learn from them. We've learned from Papa already that Gbọ̀ngàn ló bí Ìbàdàn. So we've learned that so far. So the rest of the knowledge, passing around of knowledge, we all shall be ready for it. Thank you, Olutu.
Yes, thank you, sir. So I'm saying it again that the reason why I want us to keep it in English is so that our children can benefit from it. We have to send this to them. It's about colonialism. They have read so many things, different things, but they have to hear from us, from the horse's mouth. And that's why I'm very grateful that Baba Adeboye is here. He has opened it. And Yomo Falabo Ajayi is also here with the rest of the Amuye. So without much ado, without wasting time, I'm going to call Yeye Ajayi Soyinka. I want you to tell us the beginning of this monster called colonialism. How did it start? When we know how we start, then we will be able to go into what happened. It started, but how did it go on? So I want you to please, explain to us the cause. Did we invite trouble? Did we pay them to come and colonize us? And if possible, if you can also let our people know the major difference between, Baba has mentioned it, imperialism and colonialism. Thank you, ma.
Yes, ma. Thank you very much. My greetings to everybody. Eku kaleo, eku joko. Thanks for this topic. Like you said, it's a very important topic. And I want to thank Professor Adeboye Amoye Alagba láti continent Gbọ̀ngán. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the important background you gave us. Yeah, it is true, colonization is not a new thing, but and it's always affects people who are colonized very difficult, put them in a very difficult position. I will also try to bring in a little bit of the idea of migration. Human beings have also always migrated. We move from place to place. And if we break down many of our stories of origin, we see the original inhabitants and the new wave of migrants who come. The difference between migration and colonization is that migration tries to blend with the people. They might have fought, over dominance, but after a while they blend and they become the same people. That's what migration does. But colonization that's the imperial one. That's the imperialism, where people dominate others. Those who are coming come with this agenda. We are going to rule over you. We are going to be to dominate you. We are going to cancel your culture. We are going to cancel your religion. We are going to cancel your language. We are going to impose our own. And let me, fortunately, I have a quotation from just one sentence from Lord Lugard, the architect of modern day Nigeria. He said, we, meaning the British, we hold these countries because it is the genius of our race to colonize, to trade, and to govern. Look at the arrogance there. It is, we are the brilliant one. So it is their right. So that when they move into a place, it's like that place was never inhabited. That's colonization. So they just annihilate the people there and everything that the people hold there, dear. They want to cancel them completely. But people have always lived there. They know the story of their land. They know how they settled there. They know, so that resistance has always been there. And for us in Africa, West Africa, Nigeria, I want to say that colonization did not start immediately at the point of contact with Africans, between Africans and Europeans. I locate it within the period of European Industrial Revolution, when they started producing, when with their mechanization of stuff, they started producing excess materials, excess textile, excess this, excess that. So they were looking for markets to sell their excess things. Because if you look at their early accounts of contact with Africa, there was that mutual respect between people and people, one group over the other. So there was no question of dominance. They know that we were different, but they appreciated what they saw. And I think, we saw, these people without skin color, interesting people. And then with the Industrial Revolution, the trade. So we started off trading on equal basis, that's not on inequity, but equal basis. So we started trading and they started exchanging this. But then with the Industrial Revolutions, they overwhelmed us with their goods, and they were cheaper, they were more, and we were still doing really heavy lifting of artistic work. So to make a textile, a piece of cloth, it's elaborate, it takes time, whereas with their own Industrial Revolution pam, 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 yards and yards and yards of textile. So that's one. And then also gradually, like I said, human beings have always migrated. The other part is also conquest. So around that time too, our region, we embarked on territorial expansion. Again, that's another human something. So we wanted to, Gbọ̀ngán wanted to expand into Ibadan, and into Oyo, and Ijebu said, "Where are you coming from? Gbọ̀ngán, we are going to." So there was it, those wars of, expansions, which weakened us. So when then the Europeans missed their way to America, or what we now know as America, and they missed their way there because they were looking for somewhere else, India, to trade their spices or to go and buy spices. Anyway, so another form of colonization happened there. Then they started plantations. Oh, this is rich. Of course, they've annihilated all the people there. So this is interesting. We need farms. We need people to work these farms. Oh, those Africans that we saw there, you know, and then slave trade started. Don't forget, we were, having these wars, then slave trade that fueled the regional local wars that we were having, and with the importation of guns, weapons of mass destruction, the everything. So it made the slave trade easier for them, because we were battling ourselves, and we thought the people that we conquered and enslaved would be the same as the kind of slave trade that the Europeans. So of course that really decimated us, decimated our population, our powers, and so on. So when then they were ready, they were done
Èmi ò
with
gbọ́ mọ́.
when they were done with slave trade, and then um, you know, so that's when colonization. They saw all the things, all the good things that we have, on the continent of Africa: gold, silver, tins, coal. Oh yes, coal at that time was very precious in England, for example. So that was when that trade of exploitation happened, and they needed, then they said, oh, these people, then the arrogance started. It's a God-given right to conquer these people, to enslave these people in their own lands and take their lands. So they started spawning all sorts of stories to justify the continuation of slave trade in another form. So, and they signed treaties in, telling our foremothers and forefathers, sign this in a language that they did not understand. And that's when colonization, and before we knew what, we thought we had partners. Our ancestors thought they had partners in trade, but these Europeans had other agenda. Uh, Let me stop there. I think later on I will go into how colonization really affected gender, women, positions, religions, and some other things. Thank you very much.
Wow.
I
Thank you.
don't,
Thank you so
yeah.
much. Thank you. Thank you, ma. If you are just coming in, if you are just logging into Yoruba Gbode, whether on YouTube or the Riff Note or on the radio, we are talking about colonialism. Those people who came from nowhere. When they talk about religion, and then some people will say, oh, when we talk about Christianity, those people, they are very good Christians. They are this, they are that. People who come from their own land, premeditated because they met in Berlin to decide that they are going to colonize us. They met to make a decision that they will come here because of what they know that we have. And then they will take about on us. So what is good in their faith that they want us to believe that Christianity is good. That's not what I'm saying. All religions are good. Remember that somebody was saying, I think on Yoruba Gbode, he said, it is not the religion that is the problem. It is the people who are practicing the religion. Ẹlẹ́sìn ni kó fura o, ẹlẹ́sìn ni kó fura. Kò mọ̀ ṣẹ́sìn tí ò wúlò o, ẹlẹ́sìn ni kó fura.
Yep.
So they did that.
Yeah.
They came here. They did whatever they wanted. They told us what to do. They told us how to live our lives. And that is where we are today. I'm going to go back. I'm going to call Dr. Oyefule. Then I will go to Baba Adeboye. Then I will go to Baba Bankole. But we have 2 quizzes that people are going to get gift for. There was a poet during the time of colonialists. The poet used to chant his poems in a particular dialect. It was so good, to the point that when he was causing this, the colonialists, it will be causing them, it will be saying bad things about them, they will still be dancing because of his voice. Who is that poet? What is the name of that poet? That is number 1. Number 2 quiz that we are going to try and figure out. Somebody said this, and I want you to listen. I saw with infinite pleasure the great object of my mission, the long sought for majestic Niger, glittering in the morning sun and flowing slowly to the eastward. Ta ló sọ? Níbo ló ti sọ? If you get it, if a man or woman, if a man get this, is going to get fìlà mẹ́ta tó jẹ́ size orí wọn. Fìlà mẹ́ta látọ̀dọ̀ Yorùbá Gbode tó jẹ́ size orí wọn. Tó bá jẹ́ obìnrin, wọ́n á gba gèlè méjì àti ẹ̀wù kan tó jẹ́ size wọn. So for this, the person that is talking, I saw with infinite pleasure. Yeah. And the Akewi that had those beautiful sonorous voice. Let's move on. We're talking about colonialism. They met. It was premeditated. They planned to come and they stayed. They didn't want to go. Baba, Dr. Oyefule, I want you to add whatever to this before we move on. I know you still have a specific topic that you are going to talk to us about, the psychological effect of colonialism. But I don't know, I'm not sure whether we are going to be able to get there today. But I just want you to give us reflection about this colonialism generally. Thank you, sir. You are still on mute. You are still muted.
All right, thank you. Okay. Yes, Ekujoko, everybody. Both professors have spoken very well. Both Baba Adeboye and Professor Shoyinka Their speech was very much on the point. I just want to add a tiny little bit. You see, colonialism is when you have the settler coming into a territory that doesn't belong to them. They come there, one joko, and they sat there and they stayed there until either they get tired and moved on, or the natives pushed them out. That is colonialism. A wider version um, of controlling other population is imperialism. See, in imperialism, there is expansion of power. You see, and this may include colonization, direct colonization, or it may not actually include colonization. So, in other words, imperialism is has a broader scope. And you see, when the imperialist moves into a place, there's an expansion with an intention to control. They want to control it. And this control may be military, via military conquest. It could be via economic domination and conquest. More often than not, it includes political conquest. And this control itself does not necessarily have to take place at the site of colonization. It could actually take place from outside England, making political decisions as far away as Nigeria. So those things can occur, and all in all, I just want us to see the slight difference between the imperialistic tendency and the little colonial activities that more often than not might have preceded it. Back to you, Yeye. Hello?
Yeye, okay, Yeye ti débẹ̀.
All right.
So, Baba Oyetunde Bankole, where are you, sir?
Ẹ ṣé olóòtú, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má bínú ibi.
Bonyo, we can't hear you.
I said I am in a place where I can't put on my camera right now because
Okay.
I'm traveling. So
Okay,
seek
sir.
your indulgence to speak without the video.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I say thank you to every speaker who has spoken about this evil that we call colonialism. The colonialists, they came with one agenda: to kill and to maim. They did not come to wherever they went to. They did not go there with the aim of dispensing any benefits or giving people anything for their own sake. No, they went there to kill and to maim and to take over. And this is what they have done everywhere they go. I mean, look at how many lives were lost in Africa alone because of this evil. They try to capture people, take them to England. On the way, they found that you were sick or something, they throw you overboard. They threw so many overboard that they even lost count of. And the evil that was perpetrated in those days still lasts up till now. It is because of the evil of colonialism that Africa has not developed past where we are today. Actually, we cannot say we are developing in any sense. We are retrogressing. This is because of what they have sown in those days. Because when they were there, when they were in Africa, when they had all the powers, they mapped everything. They know everything we have. They know all the resources in Africa. these colonialists, they are the ones that will tell us what we have underground, 6 feet and beyond underground. They know everything. They are the ones that are telling us. Without them, we can't even exploit anything underground. And they made sure that without them, we cannot extract those things. We don't have the tools, we don't have the machinery, we don't have the equipment to extract anything from underground. And they make sure that we will never have it without their consent. So the evil of colonialism still persists, and there's no way we can get out of it without intentionally, excuse me, without intentionally refusing it. We have to, the leaders, the African leaders must work together. It is not something that we can do at the sub levels. The leaders have to take off this yoke, just like those guys in Burkina Faso, Niger, and things who are doing right now. They have to remove that yoke. If we don't break that yoke off, there's no way Africa can advance, because these people will never allow us to advance. They are in our politics, they are in our economy, they're all over. In every facet of life in Africa, they are still there. And they are the ones sowing the seed of discord among our politicians, because these people, when they come anywhere, they sow a seed of discord so that you don't agree with one another. If the Yorubas don't agree with the Igbos, if the Igbos don't agree with the Fulanis, then they are happy because they can still hold us in subjugation and continue the repression that they have come here to do. So there are so many evils that have been bequeathed upon us as Africans from this colonialism that if we are not careful, we may not get out of it. We will continue to live under this yoke unless our leaders deliberately shake off this yoke. Thank you, Olotu. Sorry for my voice. I'm traveling and I caught cold on the way.
Oh, Epelesa. So for people who are just coming in, we are talking about the colonialist. Auntie, I'm going to come back to you. I want us to give us the insight this colonialism as it affects the way we are doing our religion, everything, you know, that you have mentioned. Thank you, ma.
Oh, you want me to talk now?
Oh, yes. If you are ready, or if you want me to go to Baba.
Sure. Religion, that's that's the twin brother of colonial administration or colonial imperialism. They worked hand in hand. So these people came, the Europeans came and started taking our lands and signing papers under false pretenses. And then by the way, they said, these people, you don't know God, you don't know Jesus. So, and whatever they saw that we were worshiping, that's the devil. They created the monster devil in our religion. And one way that it's affected us, well, first let me bring the good aspect of what that religion, the introduction of the new religion did. Because number one, it helped by teaching us to learn to read and able to speak their language. We're able to now understand the documents that they had made our ancestors sign without, signing away the land without really recognizing it. So there was that advantage there where we were able to understand their language. And then we eventually use that language against them, at least to gain freedom. So the initial purpose was for for them to teach us their language so we can serve them better. But we adopt something positive and inspiring out of that. So that was, but then it turned against us. The same religion turned against us because we threw away our values. You know, religion of any people embodies their culture, embodies their faith, embodies how they bring up their children, how they continue their history. Now, we lost all of this when we embraced the Christian religion because they didn't teach us. Not only that, they denigrated our religion. They misrepresented our religion to us, unfortunately. And we embrace this, unfortunately, because of that, let me call it mass weapon of destruction. You know, that you stand 10 feet away from somebody, you point the gun, and the person falls down dead. I mean, that's God-fearing something. So that's one way. Another aspect that the religion affected us, and let me say actually affected women even more, because in our religions we have priestesses just as we have priests. We have male deities just as we have female deities. Oya, Shango, Obatala, Oshun. And each of these deities had their responsibility, sphere of authority, and how they regulate the ethics and mores of individuals and also the communities. Now we lost this. As this religion, I'm not saying that Christian religion is bad. I mean, Christian was brought up a Christian. But when this Christianity, this new religion, starts talking about things that are not familiar to us. They have no relation. I mean, it has no relation with our direct environment. It has little bearing on what we eat. Just as an example, a friend was getting ready, preparing for her daughter's marriage. And she asked me, because my own girls have gone through it, okay, what do you put in the igba ìyàwó? What do we call it?
Ìgbà ìdáná, bẹ́ẹ̀
Igba
ni.
ìdáná, and so on. So I said, atare, obi, orogbo, oyin. And I said, these are symbols, and we use them in saying prayers. You know, they're significant. And so she sent to her sister at home, please, can you get me all this stuff? And the sister said, oh, no, we don't do that. We don't do that anymore.
Ebony.
Yeah, exactly. Ebony, akishemo. We use apple juice and go there. Apple juice and apple and dates. Do we grow those here? We don't have them, you know. So so that's part of how they just eat into our culture, destroying our culture. And unfortunately, especially as subsequent generations, we have internalized this, that we don't teach our children anymore. You know, like you said, it's pagan, it's ritual. Don't do it. You know, you won't go into kingdom of heaven. Who says? It's your behavior that determines whether you go into kingdom of heaven or not, or wherever it is you go. Not because you are professing one God above the other. So we've lost this, and like I said, for women, we lost, you know, in the Christian religion, a woman can be a priest. You can't go, if you're a Catholic, you can't be a pope, since the papacy is in the news these days. And of course, the god is a male god. We don't have the female counterpart. So that, affected our, what areas can I, let me stop there. I'll think of
Yeah, as it comes, you can come in
yeah.
to, you can from time to time. I'm very grateful for your mentioning about the engagement. I do alaga, and I've been to several places to do the alaga. They call it alaga. First of all, they bastardize it so much. So when they invite me to come and do the marriage, the engagement that they call alaga, it's actually idana. Everything that they are doing is in our culture. In Yoruba, when you go to somebody's house to ask for the marriage, even 40, 50, 60, 70, 100 years ago, they always have the alaga. It's not new. But the only thing is, they didn't call it alaga, they call it abenugan, who is going to speak. It's going to be one of the wives in the new wife's family house, who is going to speak. It's going to be, it has to be somebody who can talk very well, who can negotiate, who can do this. It's part of our culture, but they bastardize it. So when people call me, when they invite me to come and do alaga, I will tell them, I don't do Christian alaga. I don't do Muslim alaga. I do the traditional form. And if your Igba doesn't, if your Digba Yawo, if it doesn't have atare, titari, nǹkan rere, tí ò bá ní oyin, tí jẹ́ káyé wọn ó lóyin, tí ò bá ní iyọ̀, tí ò bá ní ìrèké, tí ò bá ní ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀. Mo máa ń sọ fún wọn pé ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ wẹ́wẹ́ ló kó bá mi, ọdọọdún lè so mé máa pòfo, ọdọọdún níyàwó ìyá ọmọ bímọ. Tí ò bá ní all those symbolic things, I would say, I always tell them, this is what I want to see before I can do it, because I want to use my mouth. But if you don't have the things, I won't be able to do it. So I don't do alaga àti ìgbàgbọ́, alaga àti ìmọ̀le. I do the traditional one, because our culture is dying. And where did this start? Àwọn Àtìláwí, àwọn Àdàgbàmáṣebáwí, the white people, the colonialists, they started it. When they came, they discarded everything that we had, starting from our religion. They brought their own religion, and some of us have read many books, and we saw what happened with some churches, some families where the Christian religion separated, especially in the Igbo land. It did a lot to them. Thank you so much, Auntie, for bringing that into our memory. Those are some of the things that these people did to us when they came. But you won't be surprised now that a lot of them are accepting Yoruba gods. Most of the places that you go, you will see all these people that they are doing. They don't even know the difference. If you ask them I've asked many people, what is your religion? They will say, Yoruba is my religion. Yoruba is a tribe, it's a language. But they are doing it after they told us that it is bad. I also remember, maybe Baba Adeboye will be able to throw light more into this. I also remember that when they came, there was the Ogboni cult. In Yoruba land, it wasn't bad. They encourage the kings. They work with our traditional rulers, with our kings. But when they came, they banned it. And guess what? They started something similar in their churches, the one that they call Reform Ogboni Fraternity, ROF. Oh, it's sad. I was going to call Baba, but Baba is not on his seat. Baba, share. Yes, Baba, please. This is where exactly we're going. I want you to analyze for us the way those people came, the way they started, what they were doing with the churches, what they were doing with our schools at that time, and what the impression that our people had in the beginning. Eshe?
Eshun, my understanding, first of all, this is a convenient point to celebrate Professor Shoyinka's family. Jai Shoyinka and Wole Shoyinka and that family. The role that they played since around the 1820s, the role that they played in establishing schools after in our land, it wasn't a role that the colonial government authorized. It was a role that they allowed because it was going to be useful to them. British were going to enjoy seeing the natives pacified by religiosity from the energy of those people who were going to be able to do it, that is, the missionaries and the people that they recruited and trained. I'm going to get back to that in a minute, but what I'm saying is that schooling us was not a deliberate activity of the British Crown. It was a corollary to wanting to dominate us and taking advantage of anything that didn't directly challenge that. That's the role that the church was playing. So they took Ajayi Crowther and such like people, created a school for them in Sierra Leone and the Forabe College, and created ministers from them to go back home and evangelize in their own language among their people. I was born in a church-going Christian home, and there were only two major things that I took away from there that I call Christianity. Everything else is cultural imperialism. It's the Bible says, Jesus says there are two things that we owe. Love God and love your neighbor as yourself. That would never have found any contradiction within the Yoruba race. If that's what they needed us to do, or that they thought was worth doing, they didn't need to evangelize any religion. We were already loving God. We were already loving gods. And we certainly love our neighbor as ourselves because the economic practice in Yoruba country was communalism. But once you start bringing in Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Zoroaster, you have another issue. That is cultural imperialism. And that's what they really wanted to sell so that they will make us docile, so that we will develop inferiority complex, so they could do whatever they want with our land and people. That's my interpretation of Christianity and my interpretation of Islam. As I mentioned last week, starting from East Africa. I mean, when I say East Africa, I mean everything from the Red Sea to Cape Coast, to Cape Coast, Cape of Good Hope. They were catching people as slaves. Arabs were catching people as slaves and taking them to a land they call Zanzibar. And it's from Zanzibar that they would take them to Basra, which is in Iraq, which was the slave port that in that part of the world. So yes, we can have grammatic meaning of colonialism. But in our part of the world, it was a mixture of some form of colonialism in Southern Africa, Rhodesia and Nyasaland and South Africa, and just brute force imperialism in the rest of the country. They would have agreed to stay, but our West African soldiers didn't allow them. You know what our West African soldiers were? Mosquitoes. But the point I'm making here is that, yes, migration has always happened. When the planet allowed human beings, and I think it was in Southern Africa that this all started. I mean, Yoruba say started in Ilefe. I don't want to fight that. But the point of the matter is, it had to be in a tropical region because people weren't born with clothes on them. They had to be born in a tropical weather. They had to be created in a tropical weather. But logic notwithstanding, people spread all over the world. I have anthropological evidence that mathematics started in Africa. I don't know where else it could have started, since that's where human beings started. But the point I'm making is to govern. Why would they want to govern? The Arabs conquered Europe and ruled it for 700 years. All the way from about 800 to 1400. Okay, so let's say 600 years. It was King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, when they came to the throne in Spain, that drove the Arabs away from Alhambra and all of those places in Seville. That's when the Europeans now say, okay, these people who have been bringing black folks to help conquer us, where did they get those black folks? That's how they began the age of discovery and expansion. So they came across around the West Africa to what they now call Elmina in modern Ghana. The way they were doing their seafaring and learning how to cross the Atlantic to get to their own notion of India, that's when they came more in contact with our people. The mutual respect that Dr. Soyinka was talking about just now was in evidence to a large degree when they were learning from our coast. But when they were learning from our coast is different from what they were learning from our coast. What they were going to do with what they learned from our coast will manifest itself in the late 1500s, in the late 1400s. After, what's his name? Christopher Columbus got to where he got to, the people he worked with and so on and so forth, they needed slave labor. They needed labor that was not easy to get from the so-called Indians that they found here. They thought they were in India, but they weren't in India. Those people were dying, and they brought diseases from Europe that were alien to these so-called Americans. And so they needed more hand on deck to be able to produce and to be able to use production, send it back to Europe. And so there's a mixture here of settler colonialism for those people who came from Europe and settled in the Americas, and for imperialism for their homeland governments. So when that happened, it took, talking religion, it took a reverend father, a minister of the Catholic faith, Reverend Bartholomew Las Casas, sending a message to the Holy Roman Empire to get permission to go to West Africa and carry human beings as slaves to come and work here. That's where the contact that you might call some degree of migration became a degree of imperialism, not yet settler colonialism. And that's when they started carrying us here. I don't see anything particularly profitable about that. But in order to be able to continue, war material were brought in and out. Some were handed over to the natives who are already engaged in some kind of internal expansion. You give the Akan some money, you give the Fulani some weapons, and you say, well, you guys duke it out. And if you catch anybody that don't kill them now, thou shalt not kill. Bring them to the coast. And that's what they interpreted as slave trade. I have not seen a single thing in my travel along West Africa that I can say this is $10 worth of goodies that slave trade helped us to establish. But I haven't said that much. Ajayi Crowther, all the people, Reverend Macaulay, not Herbert, his father, Thomas Babinti Macaulay, all of those people learned from the Bible to teach our people how to read the Bible, to orient them toward the European God, to do this, to do that. They forget that it was a Christian priest, Las Casas, who started the most brutal trade of slaves that the world has ever known. They forget that Queen Elizabeth I, our father Henry VIII, had handed over a ship that Elizabeth I handed over to John Hawkins. John Hawkins was the lead slave trading man from Europe, allowed by the what? Holy Roman Empire. So when John Hawkins was giving this slave, what did they call this ship? Jesus of Lubeck. Check it in your Google. So what I'm saying is, good behavior, kindly-hearted behavior, love of human beings, celebration of our existence, support of our continued existence, and that kind of thing is a religious duty all over the planet. Koda from Gbogan to Accra, it has nothing to do. That's how the human brain works. Live and let live. It is the imperialists, the capitalists, that take advantage of that and use it to exploit, not just explore, to exploit other human beings and take what they have and say everything must belong to you because you're a superior race, superior people. So that colonialism, that what we are calling colonialism, makes it possible for you to lie that their life, you will never spend a day in school, signed a treaty that has its land and everything else to some foreign powers. So all of those things. Now, what about this spirituality thing that Africans hold so dear? No. My favorite quotation of that kind of from somebody from that kind of observation is of Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka said in New York about 25 years ago. I don't remember the year. I never remember anything. Wow. But he says it's all foolishness to say your mode of spirituality I mean, my mode of spirituality is better than yours. My mode of superstition is better than yours. All of these religions are superstitions. Nobody, not me, has seen God. We all created a God, each in his own image. Male and female, Yoruba created them. Some other people did the same thing. There is nothing, and in my octogenarian years, I ought to be able to speak with bigger mouth. There is nothing I have seen, and I've been around the world, that says a superstition is really better than another. There is only the people of that superstition claiming superiority and use it as a license of abuse. We're back to the Shoyinka family, Kuti and Co. The Shoyinka mother and her sister, Ransom Kuti, they fought. They were going to, in spite of the fact that their family was church-going Christian minister, what have you, they fought to separate. They did whatever they could to separate the demands of Christianity, moral and what have you, from the demand of imperialism. How much something will cost? What is worth selling in the market? What should be why? But colonialism or imperialism has been tremendously successful. Schooling was not intended. Notice that there were no government schools in Nigeria at all. There were only missionary schools. Wherever missionary schools set up something. It was not until 1909 that they found the first secondary school in Nigeria. That's King's College, Lagos. 50 years earlier, in 1859, was the missionaries who founded what? CMS Grammar School, Lagos. 50 years apart. It was not another 20 years after King's College that additional government colleges were founded. Government College Ibadan, Government College Ugeli, Government College, not Ugeli, Government College Muahia, Government College Ibadan, Government College Zaria. So what I'm saying is this: government had no interest in education per se, except how much of it the missionaries allowed that we create houseboys and cooks and stewards and ministers of religion. And when I talk about ministers of religion, you say high-falutin type, Obatika standard, the catechist. So let's be careful. What are we looking for? Tó bá pẹ́ àwọn Ìjẹ̀bú a máa kọrin kan báyìí nígbà kan. Wọ́n ní tó bá pẹ́ títí ọmọ ṣé àdọ̀gá o, ọ̀gá ni ò lè dọ́lọ́hun. It is up to us to shed by any means necessary all the torture and punishment of colonialism and imperialism. Unfortunately, the people who are going to be able to do it must not be like my mother who couldn't speak English. Because how do you dialogue or whatever with your oppressor when you don't understand the language and he doesn't care to understand yours? He just wants to dominate you. So they will not be able to read history, let alone interpret it. So who are the people who will bail us out of this foolishness? They are the people that those mothers and fathers spent energy, resource, and pain to train. They are you and me.
Baba, I'm going to still ask some questions that is going to make you, able to give more. So
let me stop there. But my sermon is that we must accept responsibility or we will perish.
Thank you, sir. Before I go to my question, I wanted to give the sample of this Akewi so that maybe that will jog our memory and we'll be able to guess who the Akewi is. mo dákẹ́ mo dòkó mo dékè ńta mo délé alárẹ̀ ọmọ wọn wù ní mo délé páàdì olówó ẹ̀yọ páàdì ó tó yí oko nóbìnrin ó ṣàbùkù. One of the people that I respect so much was that Akewi. If you get the name of the Akewi, and particularly the type of Ewi what they call the Ewi and the area, you get Filameta, Gilimeta. Thank you. So, Baba, this is.
Can I throw out a name now?
Can we do it later so we give other people opportunity to think now that I give them a push?
I'm trying to, yeah.
Baba Adeboye and the rest of the people in the panel. Obalonile, our king, our kings, they are the Kabiosi that nobody dare ask them. They were the controller. Can you tell us, Baba, when did they, and this is for everybody who wants to contribute to with Baba, when did they start? At what point in the colonialism mission that this thing was relinquished? When did they stop losing the control and the power? What was the relationship, the original relationship between them and the king and the colonialists with their short
Well, it's not difficult to answer that question at all. The explorers, once slavery was allowed by the Holy Roman Empire, what they call slave trade was allowed by the Holy Roman Empire. Then the colonialists could land and start trying to get slaves. But 10 people with 10 guns is not enough to catch all the people that they needed to catch and take away to England or France or wherever they were taking them before taking them to the Americas. So the idea was that once they found out that our leadership, Oba, whatever they call them anywhere else, they started trying to, quote and unquote, trade. But trade was by force. The one that I heard of in Lagos is what I'm going to tell you now. So the white man went to the Eleko and with an interpreter said, I want to take some able-bodied young men and women with me. And he knew or may have known that we also had our Iwofa. There's a difference between Eru and Iwofa. Iwofa is what you call indentured servant. Somebody needs some resources and needs to get some resources and that they don't have money for. Our money was cowrie shares. And so somebody will give him the money and in exchange have one of his sons or daughters or what do you call it, any family member to go and work for the person who loaned the money. And over time, he will be able to pay the loan back. And the Wofa will be free. We had that in Yoruba country. In fact, I don't know what part of the world they didn't have something like that.
Yeah.
So they asked the Oba, Eleku, and he said no. And then they took, these are people that that have decided that they must get something from, they were on their way to India or whatever before all these things was interrupted. So there must be some benefit to explorer, to the discovery and expansion and empire. So they took a gun, and our palaces were not Buckingham. So to demonstrate his power to the Eleku, he took the gun and shot dead an Ewure that came into the palace. And then once he did that, then he grabbed the Aremo, who have been identified to him as an important member of the household because he's the Aremo, and put a gun to his head and told the Oba, through translation again, you don't let me get some people here, I'm taking yours away. Or, in fact, what I have now, you are going to have to replace it by so many people. So that's how the Eleku of that era decided to go and rake off a number of unprotected young people to hand over to the slave raider. See, because, again, I must go back and thank my teachers. One of my teachers was Ilesami Ojo. In 1954, he wanted my class to know the distinction between a slave trader and a slave raider. The slave raiders, then either the ones that came from abroad or the collaborators they recruited from within, who I would call touts, because he said but over time, there was something that I read when I was young. It's power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Absolutely.
Once the Ijoyes, not just the Yoruba now, once the Ijoyes saw that they could make some bread out of this kind of thing, then they started weakening the powers of the Yoruba who was resisting and so on and so forth. And over time, they acquired, quote unquote, power by sneaking this and doing that and whatever. And that's the breakdown. That's how our leadership system started suffering breakdowns. Of course, once they got Lagos, the immediate neighborhood of Lagos was toast. Abeokuta knew, land everywhere. They were easy to conquer because they were not. By the time you conquer Lagos, your foot is already on the ground. The rest of it is to recruit touts to go and invade people from Dahomey. Dahomey didn't exist. Use people to bring something and give them whatever you want to give them that will make them say, or you put me glass and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, how did our Obas lose it? They lost it again because, quote unquote, who am I quoting? Myself. The man with the gun is the majority. The man with the gun is the majority. Pé ọba kan lágbára ó láṣẹ ó nígbà ó láwo láàrin àwọn èèyàn rẹ̀ nìyẹn o. tó bá ti dọ̀rọ̀ oníbọn, we're all equal. So bá a ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lùsẹ̀ nìyẹn. And then in order to fake correctness in what they were doing, they brought out, after the period of the era of slavery was over, it took about 200 or 300 years, then they decided to talk about equity, some form of equity and balance, especially after they were training missionaries like Ajayi Crowther and other people, and the ransom Kutis and all of that. They wanted to post to them that they were being correct, that they were not going to force the Obas to do anything. It would be a treaty between Her Majesty Queen Victoria and Irogbu. I will give you in the last minute, my last sentence, 1859. 1859. Actually, I will give two stories. Two of them, one was in Ibadan. I'm supposed to speak English. The Reverend Father, the members of the what do they call it now? The pastors of the CMS Church went with missionaries to the palace of the Olubadan. And they got to the palace and they were trying to establish schools. And the Olubadan said, what for? The Yoruba pastors will translate and so on and so forth. And they wouldn't. I got this from Oluloyo, may so rest in peace. They said they were going to teach the children to read and write and what have you. And the pastors were white people. Hindara and his wife, Anna. Reverend Hindara and his wife, Anna. And so the Olubadan said, I'm a Gbayembi. So Kilefe fi weten kasi. Then the minister asked the Yoruba minister to take the Oba into the closet, into the room, and say something to him that he will write down. The rest of them would not be there. So they wrote it down and brought it out. And so they will convince the Oba that whatever was done quietly in there is written down, and this person outside can read it and tell you what you all are saying inside. So they came out and handed the written thing to a pastor that didn't go in with the Olubadan. And the Olubadan and the pastor outside said, Oruko ya mi ni Lafunke. I don't remember the name, I just substituted one. When they read that to the Olubadan, hey, thanks for ya before. And that's how Olubadan was convinced that there was something important about schooling. And guess what? He started donating people to go to school in Ibadan, to start the first school in Ibadan at Kudeji, and send people in there. Among the first people sent was an Odundoyo. Among the first people sent was a girl, school to one, girls school to one Ibadan long ago. Anyway, they donated children. She started donating children to go to school. In other words, it's not that difficult to buy over people with ideas that are very attractive, that might show some long-term benefit and so on and so forth. We weren't dumb. We weren't unaware of advantages. We just don't know at what price we were going to get them. Then they went to Ife. When they got to Ife, Oni doesn't talk to anybody. No, that time didn't talk to anybody. So, but they assembled, and Indara again, and the pastors. Sometimes it's good not to mention their names because I don't want to stigmatize what they did. But
that's Reverend Olubi. I mean, we have my mother comes from Kudeti.
Mm-hmm.
So I know a lot about what you are talking about, and some of it is untrue. Oluloyo may say whatever it is he said, but some of it is actually untrue. My grandfather was one of the first to go to St. David's school, and his own father was one of the people that gave the Hinderers land in Kudeti. That's one of the reasons why we are going to celebrate my mother's 99th birthday at the church.
Okay.
That's how my family were involved in the setting up of St. David's Church at Kudeti.
Okay.
There are one of the problems that we have, which I have discovered since I've been doing a lot of research about our history, is that there's a lot of misinformation.
Okay, well, we can settle the misinformation later, but the
No. The reason why I'm saying this.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Excuse me, sir.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Please, what's your name, sir? What is your name?
Dr. Oni.
Oh, mi ò rí wọn, mi ò rí. Okay, you mọ wọn dáadáa.
Yeah, but let me say the following, and I'm happy that you have another version of the story, but I'm going to be very open to learning about that. Kí lórúkọ school obìnrin tó wà ní Ìbàdàn in the 1950s? Yejide was one of the first students. So was Oyo, but whatever it is that Olubi, and the name Olubi, I remember it very well. Let me finish. In 1953, when you were doing the centenary of the CMS Church, Olubi featured, Ankara Town Church, the centenary, 100th anniversary of the CMS Church in 1953, because it was founded in 1853. And the story I was going to tell about Ile-Ife was in 1859. So, we may have all these stories. There may be conflict here or there, but it will be very difficult, given the way lawyers got to Ibadan. It will be very difficult to rubbish who is listed as among the first students in Ibadan at Kudeti, or how did the school get authorized to start it? It's how the school got authorized to get started by the Olubadan. How it got authorized by Olubadan. That I'm talking about. I'm not talking about who was there, who was one of the first students. There have been a number of first students in there, but Talo Fonlashe, and then finally I must get to Ife. They got to Oni. The Oni said, once the Indaras and all of that stuff said what they were going to say, maybe it was Reverend Olubi that was the translator, but a chief, a low-level chief, was the only one who would be allowed to respond. They were highly respected, quiet thing. All the wisdom that they would transmit will go through that young person. So the young person said, and this was backed up by historians. In fact, one of the historians that backed it up recently, about 10 years ago, was Banji Akintoye, in a book that he wrote that I edited. Banji said, no, Banji doesn't have to back it up. It is in the diary of Indara. Translated into English, he said, water is purest at the source. Later on, it goes down the rivulet and gets polluted by droplets of this and that and what have you downstream. Therefore, you Europeans, it is not for us who know where God started, right here in Ile-Ife, and have the pure knowledge of the existence of human. It's not for us to go and drink from what you got downstream. You left here and went somewhere and drank that water downstream is impure. It is for you to come back home and taste purity. So all of this to tell me, what am I doing with all of this? The tug between a desperation to colonize and dominate and abuse and a resistance by our Oba, because that's the question that Olotu asked. It was that.
You are talking. Prince Toyin, I'm not the host. That's why I cannot do anything. So you either mute them or leave me there as the host, please.
Okay, so I think I talk too much, but because I want to, but I want us to.
Hey,
what the panumo?
Bameto.
I think he left.
Otumba is also co-host. Otumba Ja. Otumba is
okay. Please.
I've been pa wọ́n lẹ́nu dé àwọn tí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀.
Yeah, pa wọ́n lẹ́nu dé rárá.
Mo pa wọ́n lẹ́nu dé mọ́mì.
Gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ wọn tó ń sọ ọ̀rọ̀ àṣírí gbogbo ẹ̀ là ń gbọ́. Àṣìfẹ́ gbọ́. Okay, thank you, Baba.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká continue.
Okay, Baba, go ahead.
Baba, easily ni mo lè bọ́ àwọn èèyàn. So mo máa ń fẹ́ parun as early as possible, but not without letting out whatever I started out to do, even if it's in a few words, quick. So the floor is open. Anybody, Baba, who wants to challenge that, please feel free to do it, so that we can all learn from one another.
Okay, thank you, sir. So thank you so much. Please, Bika, can you make me the host so I can take law into my hand?
Oh no, so you are the host, ma. You've been the host long time.
Yeah, the host already. No,
you want to be
I don't know why I'm not able to share Kakalani. I want to Okay, now, okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Baba. Huh?
You want to be another Trump?
Thank God I'm not the man. We will do that, but we're not there yet. In a few. Thank you, sir. We are not going to stay long today. Thank you. And Bye Shegun, I appreciate your comment. And I didn't also know that you are my Egbon because mi ò mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin náà mu nínú omi odò Kúdẹ̀tì. Omi àgbàrá Kúdẹ̀tì ni Olúòkun fi ń wo ọmọ rẹ̀ kí dókítà ò tó dé. Mo kí n kújọ́ mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àtàdé labú àti gbogbo wa la mú mi Kúdẹ̀tì. So we are talking about colonialism. Those people wọ́n gba ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ wa kégi. They did whatever they wanted to us. They took life out of our hands, and they did the same thing to our kings. They did not have any respect for our kings. And then they always pitch our king against the people. We know what they mean. They are the men as the warrant officers. The warrant officers, next week when we talk about the role of women during colonialism, we are going to mention that. The warrant chiefs align with them easily because the men that were made warrant chiefs, they were even doing more than what the colonialists asked them to do. And our kings, were not respected at all. So I want to make one important point. Our kings were disrespected. They took over the colonialists. So I ask myself from time to time, are we going to be able to get away from this? You know why I asked that question again today? Recently, one of our elder statesmen said the kings should stand up for governor. Ori lo kọ́kọ́ dé kókó ni àbí kókó ló kọ́kọ́ dé orí. So if somebody who is like an elder statesman, old in age, in education, in everything, had the audacity to ask our Oba to stand up for the governors. The governors, they are Western world, like the colonialists. And we have had our life before these people came. Why would Baba Obasanjo ask the kings to stand up? I mean, the king to stand up for the governors. When?
Because Obasanjo is brain dead.
It's sad. Yes, Ababa.
There's a difference between schooling and education.
Okay, well,
I am schooled, but
I'm also educated.
I may not be educated, but I know I'm schooled because I have a number of diplomas here. But the fact that I'm schooled doesn't mean I'm educated, though. Education is the application of knowledge under the scrutiny of social and social morality, mixed together to create a character that allows the community to continue healthily. That's education has knowledge in it, in the sense that if you don't have the knowledge, what are you mixing with social morality? And toward what purpose? One of the things that is wrong with us is that we mistake schooling, MA, PhD, PWD, DDT, and we say that that's not nothing, but it's not everything.
Yes, that's right.
Let me shut up.
Thank you, sir.
You're right, Baba. You are right.
Thank you, Baba Esheun. So we are going to move ahead. If anybody wants to contribute about the position of Oba during the colonialist, the relationship between the colonialist and our Obas, you are welcome. Baba Alagba Wole Oni, ó ti tójọ́ mẹ́ta tí ẹ ti náwó sókè. Please go ahead, sir. We want to speak English so our children can have this video and learn from it. Yes, sir.
You have to unmute.
Yes, I've vomited myself. I have three quick questions. One of them, very, very well. Like I understand it, my understanding is when the Europeans first came to Africa, there were three strands of them that came to Africa. Firstly, you have the explorers like David Livingstone, Mungo Park, and all that. They came on their own. They were not initially representing any government. They were just exploring for knowledge's sake. Then you have the wave of companies who are exporting goods to Africa. And then, of course, you have the missionaries who, again, they did not represent any European governments. They came on their own to spread the gospel. At some time down the line, the three strands were fused together. And I think from what Baba Deboye was saying, that was the time that maybe around the slave trade time when, in addition to bringing goods and services and exploring and bringing the gospel, they started dominating us and subduing us and taking us as slaves. But originally they came in those three strands. So my first question to Baba Deboy and the rest of our Amboye is that what I'm saying, is it true? Because I think I read it in a book. I can't remember the source, but that was my understanding of the original way that the Europeans came to Africa. So that's my first question. Yes, okay. Please.
May I answer?
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Let me just say that Europeans came to West Africa way before David Livingstone. David Livingstone was born in 1813. Slave trade, as we know it, was ended formally by the Act of Parliament 1808. That is 5 years before Livingstone was born.
Okay.
So it is impossible to rank Livingstone with all the Europeans that had already carried slave trade for 200 to 300 years and ended it as a William Wilberforce. That's what my teacher called the guy. William Wilberforce, 1808 or 1807, 1808, by Act of Parliament, slavery ended. Former slavery in England. And then they sent boats. Britain sent boats all over the Atlantic to frustrate any other power still catching slaves. And anybody they caught, they took to a place they call Freetown, some land they bought that they call Freetown. That's where you have Porabi College today. So the activities of David Livingstone in what we now call Rhodesia, Nyasaland, and all of that stuff, and of the French and the Belgian and what have you, all of those activities are consequent upon conquest and slavery. Not they are factually. But Dr. Onitimo, anyway,
then, so how about the religion, the missionaries? Because the missionaries
came after the emancipation, after the end of slavery.
Okay.
There were no missionaries before 1808.
Yeah, but the reason Moshe mentioned missionaries is that because we've heard these stories that the Europeans came, they brought their religion, they took away our own religion, and the point I'm trying to make is that we need to separate the missionaries from the government who came to dominate.
They were scratch my back, I scratch your back. The missionaries couldn't have come if they didn't have protection from the conquerors.
Yes.
And the conquerors couldn't disallow the missionaries because they were performing some duties that the conquerors were not going to be able to perform. They didn't have the number. Pacify the people. Turn their attention to something else. Show how inferior their religion is. Our superstition is better than theirs. Show them that. Point them to God. In fact, there was among the people they trained were, since I'm getting old, I forget names now. But the point I'm making is they started sacking and destroying the temples of our gods and goddesses. But none of that happened. None happened before 1808. Because before 1808, they did not plan to do anything. They was at the coast receiving whatever slaves, whatever prisoners of war were brought to them that they would convert to slavery. That's what they were doing. It was only after 1808 and that any kind of evangelization was possible. And Forabe College wasn't even founded until about 18.
Okay. All right then. But thank you for that, Baba. I will very quickly ask my two other questions. Yes. My second question is that given the fact that humanity started in Africa, so the Africans that migrated all over the world, they must have great skills to traverse vast oceans to go and settle virtually on every continent on this planet. So at what point do they lose all that skills they had?
They're not the same people.
That the Europeans then came to dominate us after probably thousands of years of Africans actually developing before the Europeans ever came up at all.
They are not the same people. I was born by a woman called Arike and a man called Akambi Adeboye. It was only in 1996, 1995, that Arike traveled more than 100 years away from Gbode, 100 miles away from Gbode. The longest journey she ever made before that was to Lagos from Ibadan, from Gbode to Lagos. That was a little more than 100 miles. And then go back home. But in 1995, after we had some exchange, and she forgave me for all the flying that I ever did in spite of our instructions, I convinced her to come to the United States. She spent 2 months in here. And she told me, so between me and somebody who was only about 23 years older than me, the gap in knowledge is significant. The gap in knowledge and boldness. That's all. So if a people, give me 2 minutes, if a people started something in anthropological terms, a people 1,000 years away from them maybe do something totally different, new, almost miraculous. The history of humanity dates millions of years. So the African that ended up in Australia and New Zealand is not the same as the African that is living at Akriboto today. Their exposures are different. Even if you live abroad, does the African American, if you live in America, does the African American see things the way you do?
No.
Does the British Yoruba see the things the way you do? Do you see the things the way they do?
No.
There are many things they know that you don't know because of where they evolved. There are many things you know that they will never know. So what then are we saying here? What we are saying is that if you look across the Atlantic, you will see vast difference. When I took my mother to Virginia and I said to her, just joking, she was scared. I said, Mama, Okunto wa bi na lo wa leko. I can jump in now and swim across. Of course, I wasn't going to do that. But that's how scared she was that somebody's going to jump into that river. I said, she may any walk on you, but seriously, the difference can be vast. Another thing, I'm a mathematician. I studied differential geometry. Omotumo is a mathematician. He studied hyperbolic geometry. Toban saw hyperbolic geometry man wo lenu ni. Àwọn méjèèjì la dẹ̀ ní PhD akàwé. But tí ẹ yàtọ̀ sí, I mean, area mathematics here, ó yàtọ̀ sí tèmi. And that's
Bàbá ẹ mọ̀ ṣe bó káwọn ọmọ wọn lè gbọ́ o.
Okay, sorry. Yorùbá ni mí, okay. But to be serious, the difference can be humongous in a short number of years.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't it be humongous if we are separated by millennia?
Okay, thank you, sir.
The example that I used to give is that the orthopedics that I learned in 1978 when I first started does not exist anymore.
Okay.
Completely, all the operations that I was taught in 1978 completely vanished.
Thank you.
And I'm still a young man.
Yes, you are. And my dentist was telling me that dentistry will soon be Farahàn, because they are going to have a methodology for our maintenance of our mouth that does not involve many of the things that he is doing now. That's my dentist, a very good one. So let's take things the way they are, but let's not be observers only. Let's be participants. We must participate in our liberation. Not just participate, take charge. Because agbára òjò sọ pé onílé wó, onílé ni ò ní gbà fún. I can't translate that into English.
Okay, but please, very quickly, sir. My last question is that this is very hypothetical. And this question is that, where will Africa be today if the Europeans never came to colonize Africa? Where would we be today?
It's a difficult question to answer. Indeed, that question was posed some other way that is less personal. It says, if you take one tiny little aspect away from the past, where will we be now? It doesn't matter what aspect you take away, just take it out. Its contribution to the information, to the this, to the that, will also be absent. Where will we be? Where will anything be? We don't know.
We'll still be here.
Since we don't know, it's a very good academic question, but it has very little utility because we don't know how removing an aspect of the past would have influenced it. I took some things on myself when I went to Harvard. Even though I'm a pure mathematician, I took on a sizable amount of applied mathematics, training actuarial science people, and so on and so forth. Among the things that I studied was operations research. Among the things I did in operations research was called traveling salesman. If a salesman wants to go from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles, how many paths are there for that salesman, or let's say salesperson, so that we are not, so it's gender neutral? How many different paths are there? And which one will guarantee that he actually arrives in California? Remember, no aeroplane, no nothing. Yeah. Well, if the salesperson is black, why would you say about crow on the East Coast? On the way. On the other hand, with all the dangers that are all lurking everywhere, so you take a path starting from Washington, and you want to go to different things that are not far from Washington, like Hagerstown, this, that. What is the probability that you will arrive in Hagerstown? What are the dangers in there? Yeah. So you look at all those probabilities, and then you take the expected value of those probabilities and decide that, well, this is the best path to take, not just because the probability is small, but because this and that. You take a whole bunch of things into account. So you now have a network of way stations, way stations go through and say the traveling salesman has the best chance of arriving in California by taking a whole bunch of these little networks. You might find yourself in Colorado, you might find yourself in whatever. But the point of the matter is, we don't know. Suppose you take a path that was not optimum. In other words, the path that we said was not optimal. Remember, we are not talking certainty, we are talking probability.
Yes.
So if we are talking probability, we don't know that the path we said not to take was not, in fact, we don't know for sure that it's a dangerous path, that it was not the best shortcut between here and Hagerstown. Let me go Hagerstown and this and that. So we don't know nothing. Now I'm back to Nigeria. Or is it America? We don't know enough to say with any certainty what would have happened. What I always counsel is this: standing where we are, knowing what we are experiencing, we must have a determination to keep the good and correct the bad. How we will do it will depend a lot on what? A number of things, including individual wisdom, but also including information that have been gathered over time and their utility. That's where I am.
But the flip side of the coin is this, that at the same time, when the Europeans were taking all these Africans as slaves to all these other lands, they didn't think of what's going to happen in the future, did they? They didn't think
not well enough. Nobody knows enough. Nobody knows that somebody will be sitting down in Washington now and telling them that they are jackasses.
That's right.
Yeah, but I mean, actually, this
Bashigun,
yeah,
Emma, hold on just for a second.
okay, all right, okay, that's fine.
Alagba Oni,
yes, sir.
I want 3 questions. I wanted to give the professor time to answer them. Sharing pertinent questions, very, very, very pertinent. Pertinent, see, not only the program today, but experience ever since colonization. To answer your first question, explorer, missionary at the British government coming in. They were working in tandem with each other.
Yeah.
And they were working based on one very small concept: European superiority to develop in the 17th century. See, before 16th century, actually, one, if feeling pound superior, but one way or the other, they have this wrong notion of one superior. Where going to Africa is a white man's burden. Pé àwọn kò sí nǹkan táwọn ṣe tí ò dájú ti wá lọ. See, so but that wrong notion got into their heads. They came over. And then àwọn Mongo Park at a later time, of course, àwọn missionaries at a later time, and they actually partitioned in Africa in 1884-85, the Berlin Conference, up to 86.
Yeah.
So if you were colonized. But all those things are based on one thing, that they wrongly deluded themselves, delusion that they were superior to us. That's where they all, those 3 institutions, that's how they're linked together. Your second one is it true that humanity started in Africa? Yes. Ṣé àwọn tó ń lọ sí Africa yẹn, tó ń lọ sí Europe yẹn, mo rò pé Prof ti answer dáadáa, they're not us. We may be cousins, we may share 99.99% of our DNA with them, but they're not us. What the environment make what change?
Yeah.
What if di funfun? Because the chromatophore had to open up, to get more sun ray, to share vitamin D. And those of them who remain too dark in that area, no vitamin D, won't develop rickets, knock-knee. Tí àwọn apes àti àwọn tigers bá ń wáyé tó máa pa, ẹni tó ní rickety tí kò lè sáré púpọ̀ náà máa pa. Those who evolved the ability to manufacture vitamin D, TSM1 strong, so they will give birth to the next generation. So remember, they left about 80,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And that 80,000 years is a long time in evolution. So what evolved, even though we share 99.9% of our 99.99% of our DNA with them. So and the third one, where will Africa be without Europeans or without Europe intervention? I submit that we would have been far better. Share more on procedure to only for colonization. I'm white, I'm superior to you. my superstition is better than your superstition. You see, and unfortunately for us, we believed it.
Yeah.
We believed it. Let me blame wa. You see all the materialistic things to only one lawo, one umbrella, one bata ide. So we wrongly thought they were superior to us, and that's what colonization to encourage.
Yeah.
They had to make whatever we have is inferior to this, so that we can devalue ourselves, and they have to make us believe that theirs is better, and we eventually started believing that. Nǹkan tá a fi sọ̀rọ̀ pé tá a fi ń pera ní ogun tóyìnbó nìyẹn. Ogun tóyìnbó.
Ọládòyìnbó.
I had a cruise mate. His name was Ajofoyibo.
Oh my God, God bless you.
Ilé Ajofoyibo, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
In fact, there was èèyàn kan sọ fún mi o, whether it's true or not, I cannot vouch for it. Ó ní pé oyè kan báyìí wà, mi ì dẹ̀ sọ which part of Yoruba land. Tó ní pé agbépo òyìnbó, chief agbépo òyìnbó.
English.
Definitely not
Burger. English.
Definitely not Burger.
I kid you not, and you're also for me really vouch for. So, nítorí kíni wọ́n ti devalue wa, àwa náà adẹ̀ ti introject by putting it in and incorporating it into our body. Wọ́n superior sí wa. Nǹkan tí pé oògùn tó yìnbó, nǹkan tí gbogbo ẹ̀ signify nìyẹn. So, if they had not come to see us, if they had not come to Africa to colonize us, I'll tell you one thing. Ẹ wo gbogbo platform yìí. Ẹ rí Professor Adeboye, ẹ rí Professor Soyinka, ẹ rí Bá Ṣẹ́gun, ẹ rí gbogbo àwọn PhD, MD, JD, gbogbo ẹ̀. I submit to you that the African IQ is no less inferior to the white man's IQ. Yeah. On the contrary, I can submit to despite all the adverse environment experiences, Tiny, are on equal basis with them. We're definitely not inferior to them. Yeah. Me, the first I was superior because me, if I was narcissistic, racial narcissism, I don't want to indulge in that. But they definitely are not inferior to us. Look at Wale Soyinka. For class in Ibadan. He went to the university and made either second class or first class. That's who we are. By now. Our time in secondary school. Kidney go graduate in the undergraduate magna cum laude. Boy to Walati Edo, father of modern computer, Emma Buale. And we'll go on to in England to the most educated, the most intelligent family in England. Nigeria anymore. You saw we're definitely not inferior to them. Shubon, I need stronger feeling of self-loathing.
Yes.
We have a greater feeling of not liking ourselves. Complement of what they installed, infused in us over hundreds of years. So where will we be without Europe today? I think we may be closer to where China is without Europe today.
Yeah.
This sense of self-loathing, natural intelligence, to manifest itself.
Yeah.
Definitely will have been much better than we are in current Nigeria.
Can I just add
Thank you so much.
Can I add one or two things to what I've just said?
Yes, Bashegun.
I don't know if you've ever heard of Iwo Eleru.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The carbon dating of the skeleton was 11,000 years before the present time. I presume you've also heard about the ACA village. Have you not heard of ACA village?
No.
ACA in Kwara.
ACA in Kwara State. In
So it's ACA, okay, all right, okay.
Yes.
I mean, where they found sapstone figures. Like the one in China with the emperor's men and so on and so forth. They had exactly the same figurines in ACA village. And then, of course, the one that we all know is the bronze statues that were discovered in Ife. Ife not discovered Abi.
Yes,
Edo.
And the casting technique. Our biggest problem that I see since I've been doing a bit of research on the Yoruba is how ignorant we are of ourselves, of our past. To cast the bronze statue that we are all talking about, those figurines, required a technique, a 4-stage technique.
Lost what?
Of course, it's lost now.
Wax. Yep.
Yeah.
The technique is lost now. But we are talking of something that our people are doing in the 12th century. It's a long time ago.
Yeah.
And they must have had a knowledge of metallurgy before they could be using bronze. I don't know if you've ever heard of the paving stones. You probably don't know the Yoruba architecture was a quadrangle where you built all your dwellings around it. Our family home in Kudeti still has it today. You have a quadrangle in the middle, and then dwelling places, apartments are built all around it. In the olden days, that quadrangle used to be paved. I don't know if anybody knows about that at all. That they had this, they used to call it broken, broken pottery or whatever it is. And this was
potsherd.
Yeah, potsherd. That's it. That's what I've been trying and remember. And they did chemical analysis of some of these things, and there were a variety of ceramic and other materials. Again, something that we are completely lost.
Who's lost?
And I used to tell people about Onesimus, who brought the art of vaccination for smallpox to Boston. He prevented the outbreak of smallpox in Boston, and in fact, he's honored as one of the best Bostonians of all times. So, in answer to the question, what will have happened if the Europeans hadn't come, is that we will have developed at our own pace.
At our own pace, and with our own system and methodology.
Because we were doing it before they came.
Yes,
I don't want to answer all the questions, but the question of I think it is important to talk about as a Yoruba monarchist, Yoruba traditionalist. I think it is important for us to actually understand why the Obas lost their value. Because they didn't lose it. I mean, of course, if they lost it, there wouldn't be the 1888 treaty that I've been banging on about for quite some time now, which was one of the best treaties, most comprehensive treaties, most important treaties that the Yoruba ever signed. which we most of us know nothing about it at all. Because we know very little about our history. I think part of our problem right from the outset is because we did not write. We didn't have the science of writing. And therefore, we are relying on our memory. We are relying on things that we can remember. And it's not easy. And again, one of the skills that we've lost is that the Yoruba language itself has embedded in nouns and all sorts of things information, which is what I used to write my book on Yoruba law, how the Yorubas practice law in the ancient times. Things like Ile la n wo ka to somo loruko. These are very important concepts that we have completely lost. And the reason why the Obas lost their status was because they saw themselves as Kabiyesi, the Igbakeji Orisha, that sort of, which they were not before the Europeans came. I describe the system of governance in Yoruba land as the constitutional Oba. The Oba was not a ruler. In ancient Yoruba times, he didn't rule because there was a council of Oloye. They call it Oyomesi somewhere else. But in Yoruba land, almost everywhere, they had a council of chiefs, of Oloyes, or whatever it is you call them, who were actually the people who made the laws, who governed. The Oba was just a spokesperson. But when the Europeans came, they made the Oba different from what he was. And that's how he lost, the Obas lost their way and they lost everything. Because they suddenly discovered that, Kabiyesi, I think it was Ooni of Ife who translated Kabiyesi as Kabiyesi. Kabiyesi, that is to pay attention to. That's what Kabiyesi means. Kabiyesi, that is like a VIP. You pay the person you pay attention to. It's not Kabiyesi. It's not that he talks and nobody can answer him. It's just nonsensical. The Yorubas never had rulers. The Oba was never a ruler, was not somebody who was demanding this, demanding that. Because if he stepped out of line, the Oloyes gave him calabash or whatever it is they used to give them in those days. Yeah, to go to one corner and go and commit suicide. You see, so this has been our problem in that we have been fed a lot of misinformation. It's incredible how much nonsense we have accepted because our scholarship is poor.
No.
When I've been reading a lot of the what do you call it? Orders in council, all these things, protectorate and all this. I've been reading them, very turgid English. So it takes some time to be able to understand what they're writing. Take, for example, the so-called Southern Protectorate. In 1899, Queen Victoria gave an order in council to create what they call Southern Nigeria. What Southern Nigeria was what they purchased from Sir Goldie. A piece of land on either side of River Niger. It had nothing to do with Yoruba land at all. Completely had absolutely nothing to do with Yoruba land. The Protectorate of Lagos, which was the other one, again, had absolutely nothing. Yoruba land was outside all of these conurbations.
How about Lagos?
No, Lagos was a colony.
But whose land is it?
It's Yoruba land.
Eh?
It was Yoruba land.
So then you can't say it didn't have anything to do with Yoruba land?
No. Well, I mean, there's part of Dahomey was Yoruba as well, that the French had. But the point I was I'm talking about, if you like, the central Yoruba land. If you want to be pedantic about it, because already they hived off Ilorin with the north, which wasn't part of the north. It was Yoruba speaking, was already part of the north.
Dr. Oni, the reason I came in to talk about that is to say that Yoruba land, whether inside Lagos or outside Lagos, was not living in isolation. We influenced one another. I mean, I remember joking around with the current Awujale right here in Washington or Maryland. And he said, Ìjẹ̀bú-Ló-Lèkó. Mo ní, tí ìbéèrè lọ́wọ́ àwọn Àwórì kábíyèsí. The question is, we are all connected. Yoruba doesn't stop at Yaba for me. Yoruba continues all the way to Grand Popo and all of the Atapame.
Yeah, you have to remember the Yoruba civilization actually evolved around Ogun and Osun rivers, draining into the Lagos Lagoon. That's the axis where the Yorubas, actually the Yoruba civilization, the Yoruba people, that's the axis where the Yoruba develop. What I'm trying to say in effect is this, that our biggest problem is that we are so misinformed about so many things that we need to start looking a bit deeper than simply accepting what is being told to us or what is being written, and we just accept it. It's very tedious. I mean, trying to do fundamental research in this area is really very difficult.
It is difficult.
So, if you said Yoruba civilization or development is within the axis of Ogun and that lower, where would you put Ife then, especially if you consider the Yoruba myth of origin?
And where would you put Oyo?
Ife first, because of the myth of origin.
No,
I don't see why. Because the civilization developed around those two rivers, I don't see why it negates the fact that we believe that Ife was the cradle of the Yoruba. I don't see any contradiction at all.
Okay.
Sir. Okay. Baba.
Ẹ dákun, Yèyé Ọmọ́fọlábọ̀ Àjàyí Ṣóyínká ti fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ tipẹ́, panelist dẹ̀ ni wọ́n. Ẹ dákun, ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀.
Ẹ dákun.
Ṣé púpọ̀ nǹkan tí gbà tí àwọn alàgbà òní tó ń béèrè ìbéèrè wọn. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to respond to when alàgbà òní was asking his questions.
Oni ti di méjì o.
That's why I use the title Bashegun, so we don't get confused.
All right.
Or you call him Odysseus.
Yeah, but then in any case, most of the points have been made about the question that, but I would like to point out that David Livingstone and those other explorers were not independent. They were working with the missionary, whatever, in Europe, in England, especially concerning Nigeria. And when they came to Nigeria or to our area, that's why I call them twin brothers of colonization. They worked in tandem, one hand was washing the other to be clean. So they benefited from each other. So that question of independence just did not arise. They were saying, because of the slavery, devastation of slavery. So the Christian missionaries group in England said, oh, let's go and help those poor Africans.
Partners in crime.
Yeah. And the colonialists too, they latched onto that for the exploitation that they were going to have. So, and if I may just ask, I would like to know if anybody has any information about Aduni Oluwole. Yes. So please, I will appreciate it very much.
Oh, that's
I've searched.
the
That's the Ibadan woman.
Yes,
The
independent
who
lady.
formed the
That
only
said we don't need
political,
independence.
yes, and the only political association founded by a woman so far in Nigeria. So
I thought, what's her name? The Egba woman. I thought she did something like that. What's her name again? Yeah, Ransom Putti.
No, she did not.
Okay, she was
But
because
she
she
had,
led the ladies.
And that's your auntie.
Yes, that's fine. No, she did. She had an advocacy group.
That's right. Oh, okay. So are you Kayode's sister?
Yes.
Okay. we were friends when we were teenagers. When I was at UI.
1,000 years ago.
I was thanks very much. I still see him occasionally. I think he lives in Derby. So,
No,
or Nottingham. So we bump into each other from time to time. Yes, I knew him, yes, when we were teenagers a long time ago, yes.
Okay. So please, if you have information, if you can send it to Olotuwa Yeye.
That's interesting.
Olotu.
Yes, sir.
So,
yeah, I wanted to call Otumba Oseni. He's been racing. He has been on for a while, trying to talk.
Let me yield the phone, Baba Bankole.
I will read from Dominica.
Otumba Oseni.
Dominican Republic.
Please.
Ẹ má sọ̀rọ̀ Dominica mọ́ ní ìsìn o ṣe rí pọ́n yield fún gbogbo yín.
Gbogbo wọn náà ní di 1,000 years láti reform.
Okay. I'd like to say thank you to everybody that has spoken regarding this. But I want to say this to Mr. Wole Oni's question that where would Africa be today if the British or if the Europeans had not intervened? I think, like everybody has said, we would have been better off. I mean, think of where our civilization was in Africa before they came. Their coming to Africa caused a lot of disruption to the African civilization. Things stopped. It really stopped. And not only that, they caused chaos within tribes, within nations in Africa. They pitched one nation against the other. They came and drew borders the way they wanted. You know, they isolated people. So they made our development to kind of seize. They put a wedge in our development and caused us not to be able to develop further than we were. I mean, when you talk about mathematics and things, all these things evolved in Africa. I mean, Baba will tell you that.
Yes,
but where are we today? Where are we today? Look at the bronze carvings that Bashigun mentioned. It took a lot of ingenuity to be able to come out with something like that. But they did it. They had their own iron and steel in those days. Sorry? So, but the coming of the Europeans, they stopped everything. They deliberately stopped us from advancing.
Correct.
And they pitched us against one another, pitched over against the Joyes,
divide and rule.
Pitched the Joyes against the Ilu, so that there will be no peace because they benefit from chaos. The absence of peace. They benefit from chaos. So this is what these people came to do. So we can't blame ourselves for not advancing in civilization. We were stopped. We were stopped. So if they hadn't come, I mean, look at our religions. Imagine if we didn't have Christianity, if we didn't have Islam or Muslim, or what do we call it? Imagine where we'll have been today. We had herbs in those days. People could conjure things to come from the sky, right? You could translate from here to there. All that science is gone because these people came and said that is evil. It's devilish. So, I mean, we need to be frank with ourselves. We need to know who really set us back. It's the Europeans. I hope I answered your question, Mr. Waliuni.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for answering my question. I should go. Thank you.
Can I just make another comment that we haven't really dealt with? I'm not sure in any platform that I've been. Is that one of the chaos that they caused was economics, because their system of economics was completely different from ours.
Mm-hmm.
Their system of economics was, I don't know, you might call it market forces or whatever. That is, you just let the rich get richer and the poor sort them. I mean, whatever happens to them, who cares? Whereas Yoruba economics was totally different.
Very cooperative.
Yes, we you know, the men went to the farm to bring the produce. The women were the food processors. So that in fact, in even I, in my short life, you know, living when I lived with my grandmother, this was still operating. Men brought the yam or cassava or whatever. The women were the food processor, so that there was full employment. There's nobody that was hanging around doing nothing, because you are either in the farm or you are making gari or making a lubo or something.
Mm-hmm.
And that sort of cooperative completely destroyed. And that is one of the biggest problems that has, you know, brought us back and back and back, and it's almost impossible to get out of it, because as long as we follow the market forces economics, we're not going to get anywhere.
Okay.
And if you look at the Scandinavian countries where they ameliorate this sort of system, they put in social security system to cope for the failures of the market forces.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in the United States, they haven't done that.
Shame, God.
So that's why in the United States, you have to do 3 jobs before you can, you know, you can eat.
Correct.
Whereas in Europe, what they've done is, yes, we have market forces, but they then use the money to pay people not to go to work. And we are now stuck in the same economic philosophy, or I don't know what you want to call it. I'm not an economist, but we are stuck in the same economic setup.
It's capitalism.
And we can't get it. It's not really capitalism as such. This is why I call it market. You know, Margaret Thatcher's market, whatever she called it in those days. This is it Milton Keynes or whatever? One of these guys. No, not Milton Keynes. I can't remember his name now.
Keynes, economist. Maynard
Where?
Keynes. Maynard Keynes.
Maynard Keynes. Keynes.
Yeah, I say it sounds, yes.
Keynes.
Yeah, that's right. Basically, the idea was that you leave everything to the market, and you know, the crumbs that falls on the table of the rich, the poor will pick it up. It's just the survival of the fittest, and that is the problem we have now. That's why people steal money to go and be used to develop Dubai or develop somewhere, to take your money from your own country, from your own people, to go and develop somewhere else because of this mentality that economic mentality that they've sold to us. So it isn't just religion. I know people talk about religion and so on and so forth. The problem is not just religion.
Bunch of
The problem
lunatics.
is the entire system of economics is so bloody wrong for us.
No. Anyway.
Completely wrong.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. So
October.
Okay. Okay. Ṣé Ọ̀túnba ṣe fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ kí bàbá
wọn máa charge fún tí wọn máa yield fún sí ni tó rò yẹn máa pay
Professor Adeniran.
I just want to say this. I appreciate all the contributors, our guest speakers, and so on and so forth. But I'm believing that we all have to agree that the biggest challenges before, we're talking about us Yoruba, is to restore. Because from all the in-depth analysis, from all the information I put together, we know about us 700-800 years ago, clearly shows that yes, we were governing ourselves, we were doing our business ourselves, we were there, but like my friend always say, there wasn't a record to work up and to work with, to improve on it. Hence, what happened. The people come to ferry us to another country and start using us as slaves. So the point I'm trying to make here is where we are today, we face these challenges, and I'm sure from presentations, it's just not going to be another. In fact, I thought it may be another 200 years. But the way things are going, if we do not have a grip of our own institution, our own constitution, our own rules, laws and regulations, we might need to stay another 300, 400, 500 years to let this thing to take a natural course, so to allow us to start keeping records of what has happened. Because if we are not careful, we might the same situation might repeat itself. Because here we are, now we know exactly from the erudites, the people that know the story, the history, exactly as it was. So what are we doing about it now? And that's why I think one of the solutions is to have so I think we need to put more efforts to at least secure our own country, our own everything, our nation, to be able to start reprocessing most of what we lost.
Okay.
And with that, I believe this exercise of history, taking stock of what has happened, is very, very important. And I hope we continue it and then start making progress as how we can reiterate or restore gbogbo àwọn wèrèwèrè jákujàku tá ti go through.
Thank you. Let's hurry up. We should leave via latest by 6:15. Our time is fast spent. Yes, Baba.
I want to thank everybody that has spoken, of course. I've learned quite some things here. But I also want to share something. One of them is that I get worried when we start describing ourselves in severely negative terms. Let's talk about writing. And we didn't have writing. India had writing before England. Sanskrit has been a written language since before Jesus Christ was born. Abi? England dominated for 500 years. And it took Mahatma Gandhi and Pandit Nehru and a number of other people to rescue that subcontinent from the grips of England. Just 2 or 3 or 10 people putting their mind together and a determination to say, Otoge.
That's right.
So all the negative things we say about who we warrant, not that we really know that for sure, they are not any obstruction to our deciding that we need to free ourselves from foolishness, and it requires work. Are we willing to put the work in it? Most of the things we do is to find excuses for not doing anything. I mean, tí n bá rí orí tí ìyá mi fi ràárù lọ wá owó school government college àti African church, tí n bá wò yẹn lásán, I want to do something. I want to put heads together and find out what we shall do. Excuses wípé wọ́n bá wa àkọ̀wé. Ifá ńkọ́. Writing is positive and negative. Now that I know how to write, I don't have to remember too many things. How positive is my not remembering many things? How negative? I mean, let's say go to China. China ti ń kọ̀wé ọjọ́ ti pẹ́. Go to Babylon. Báwo ni wọ́n ṣe mú Iraq? Go anywhere in the world, wàá rí tẹ́ lè pè lálébù, wàá rí nǹkan tẹ́ lè pè láǹfààní kìíní kẹsẹ̀ lẹ́dẹ̀ nípa kan. No, tí ní lọ́dọ̀ wa tó sọnù lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta yìí is our courage to try again, to assert ourselves, to overcome the inferiority complex that we acquired over just 2 or 3 centuries. We need to do that and stop looking for excuses. Now, let's now talk about àwọn ọba. Àwọn ọba wa ò yàtọ̀ sọ́ba bòmíì. Ẹ wo nǹkan tí wọ́n ń pè wọ́n ní Japan until 1945, when after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the emperor Hirohito, or whatever they call it, yeah, Hirohito náà ni, Emperor Hirohito discover pé òun ò jà mọ́ nǹkan kan. But before that, it was Olalashe Keji Òrìṣà. Today, kí ló wà ńbẹ̀? They went back, wújẹ́wújẹ́, they accepted some kind of defeat and started rebuilding from underneath. Títí dòní olónìí, Ifá ló dominate wọn, they call it Shintoism. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wádìí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe. Àti àlèmọ́ lè sọ síta. Torí when you tell people which way you are going, wọ́n lè lọ prevent you from getting there. But the point of the matter, we have to have a determination to change things. Tá a bá dẹ̀ yọ̀lẹ, which is also what has happened to those of us who went to school. A fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ alágbára kankan mọ́. A fẹ́ ronú jinlẹ̀, ká máa gbádùn ayé, ká máa mú kẹ̀kẹ́, ká yẹn pa agbádá, ká ṣe gèlè onílé gogoro, and so on and so forth. Ó ti corrupt wa débi pé èyí tí ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sáwọn èèyàn ọ̀jọ́ wa lójú bí àǹfààní táwa lè rí jẹ́ ń bẹ̀. That is real. But that is something that we acquired. That's not Yoruba culture. We acquired that from this whole process. How do we purify our society of the negatives that were brought in there, either by ourselves or encouraged to do so, whatever? We need to wádìí ohun gbogbo dájú, and then di èyí tó jó òdodo mú. And blaming us. And the cow say that we don't have that. Kí ni àwọn náà ní? When the Bible was translated in 1600 to King James's version, how many people in England could read? Martin Luther, not Martin Luther King, Martin Luther, who translated the Bible from whatever to whatever. Kyoto translated, kí làwọn èèyàn rí kà? There were no schools. Níbo làwọn èèyàn ti mọ̀wé? Irú ìwé wo wọ́n mọ̀? Yet, different people got independence at different. Well, if you believe in the literature, King Arthur, the king of the Table Round, said to Rome, But Lord, these have promised to wage my war and worship me their king.
Hello.
All that changes.
How are you?
And we that fight
How
for our
are you?
Father Christ, see that you be grow too old and
Can
wish
I
to
come and
depart
eat
the
pizza?
of the Roman world. No tribute will we pay. Oh, yeah,
Can I come and eat pizza?
no tribute will we pay. Shortly. That's how we started. That's how we started. Any culture, any magic, alóríṣiríṣi kan gbogbo aláyé ní òjẹ́ kọ́ wọ́n kàn wá. But níbọn. And lórúkọ Italian guy tó lọ sí China tó lọ mú sakabula tó sọ níbọn. Dynamite to turn dynamite into guns. That was the beginning of the conquest of the world. Olotu, over to you.
Muki, thank you, everybody. We've really gone far. We've really gone far. So I'm going to call Prince Kalejaye and Bameto. Then after that, we are going to be closing up. Prince Kalejaye, let's make it brief, please.
Yes, ẹ ṣé gan. Ó kàn jẹ́ pé nígbà tó bá kàn wá báyìí ni tí a dẹ̀ ní nǹkan láti fi kún nǹkan tó wà nílẹ̀. Pàtàkì ọ̀rọ̀ mi, I mean, we'll make it brief. Very importantly, too, I want to appreciate what we've all spoken about, giving me a renewal of my knowledge. I mean, of what is being spoken, imperialism, colonialism, and all related matters. But I appreciate, most importantly, what Bashigun expressed, followed by Otumba Osini. And subsequently, I think Baba also reiterated the same thing. The solution to our problem, how we will now learn from the history and then reiterate our Yorubaness, give us the dignity that we want. I came to school here. I saw what a friend of mine, a colleague of mine in the 70s experienced. He came here to study geology. Geology that he could have been studying like Germans do, knowing what we produce in Africa, what is our minerals in the primary school. That's how they started. We came to this country to study, he came to this country to study geology, and he was made to fail because they didn't want him to graduate in that department. I think it's one of these schools in Virginia that he attended then. He later came to Chicago to do part of his studies to complete the degree before he finally went back home. After 7 good years. These people, I mean, when I say these people, the whites, they have their aims and objectives to putting us back. Those of us who are exposed to their agenda to make sure this color of ours, those of us from Africa, we never go beyond what they expect of us to do. Can we just think out of the box? Let's get ourselves out of the doldrums they put us in. Ghana, as I heard, have started things like that. Burkina Faso did the same thing. We can go back to the roots. I mean, where we should be, our economy should be ours. It shouldn't be determined by what somebody else is telling us from outside the country. I mean, I came to this country in the 70s in the graduate school. I had somebody was lecturing me that if Americans go outside the country, they can bribe to get business as long as it benefits them. But you cannot use bribery in this country. And I stood up to talk they stopped using that very book that semester. I was in the graduate school. My son left home to go and study medicine at the university where he's at because he was having problems. Not known to us that they've already kept certain white students to be behind him so that his classes will be taken over. You know, and his advisor was telling him that he should study geography instead of medicine. So I took it upon myself, took him out of the school and took the boy back to my own school, introduced him to studying finance. So better for me, I'm able to control that. So is there any way we could dignify ourselves better? I mean, we've known the history, the plan these people have for us. Can we evolve? Farming is our main thing. Minerals is crude or whatever we have is a byproduct that we have. We have the knowledge now. Can we go back and then do what we have to do? You know, that's. I'm sorry. This is what I want to just make as contribution. Which way forward? Thank you.
Okay. So, can you answer that question?
Can we do what?
Can you answer the question from Prince Kalejayi?
I didn't get the question well. Does he want us to go back to farming and all of that stuff? I mean, I'm trying to figure out.
Last week, I introduced the use of Young Farmers Club in every secondary school.
Oh, yeah. Now
primary school to start with. You know, we have the training, we have the knowledge of what these people, the agenda that they have against us to suppress us. You know, so no understanding all this, because Baba, I think Baba Adeboye said it, that we can do certain things covertly without their. I mean, it's high time we started that.
Yeah. I agree with you that the things we already know how to do, we should do them. You know, we should do such things more and better. And it does, if it is food production, nothing is more fundamental than that. However, I don't want us to make a mistake. It's not that difficult to satisfy hunger. When I spoke to an organization a while ago, I actually went along the coast of Nigeria, or at least of Yoruba land, to talk about the mangrove swamp, the this, the that, and I will enter into the to Ijebu land and saw fertile land and whatever, and then to the savannah, and then to this, and then to that. Along Dabe for a variety of crops. So, to maximize the utility of such things, we must go back to what we are doing and do it better, but not do it alone. Otherwise, the most we will achieve by it is back to the 15th century prosperity, relative prosperity of 15th century. Oúnjẹ la máa produce, so we have to be exporting what we produce. We need manufacturing. We need transportation. We need technology. We need whatever. Tẹ́nìkan bá sọ fún mi pé tóyìnbó ò bá wá sọ́dọ̀ wa, kí làwọn dábàá yìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí Dr. Oni ṣe sọ. Because we don't know what would have intervened in between. But ibi tá a wà nísìn, a mọ ibi tá a fẹ́ lọ. Ó yẹ ká mọ ibi tá a fẹ́ lọ.
A dẹ̀ mọ ibi tá a ti ń bọ̀.
A mọ ibi tá a ti ń bọ̀. Tá a mọ̀ ní bí àsìkò yìí bá ṣe rí, tí ibi tá a ti ń bọ̀ tí wọ́n bá pàtó ọbẹ̀, ìyẹn la mọ̀. Tá a mọ̀ ni pé we used to be prosperous, we used to be self-sufficient, we used to be this, we used to be that, no worse than anybody else generally. But in between then and now, what the bank and waje, not only do we want to recapture the past and its glory, but we want a future that is better than
The past.
What we have now, because in that future, technology will be 200 years ago. AI intelligence, I mean artificial intelligence, because táwọn kan pè lọ́làjú nìyẹn pé òyìnbó là wá lójú àwa náà là wọ́n lójú.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Tẹ́ ẹ bá mọ̀, in my chemistry book, Báṣegùn, we are not far apart in age. Holderness and Lambert in school certificate chemistry when I was in there.
Yeah, I remember that very well.
Pick the book up and you will see that ọṣẹ tá a fi ń wẹ̀, tá a fi ń fọṣọ, tá a fi ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. Òyìnbó ò understand ẹ̀ títí di ìgbà yẹn tí wọ́n saponification. Àwa dẹ̀ ti fọṣẹ ìgbà tí wọ́n ò understand ẹ̀. Ìgbà tí wọ́n dọ́dọ̀ wa tí wọ́n wí pé eyín wa mọ́, eyín wa funfun. Pé ara wa mọ́ àlóòrùn. Kí làwọn ará bí ń lò? Wọ́n rí ibi táwọn èèyàn wa ti ń wẹ̀ tó ń fọṣẹ wẹ̀. Ọṣẹ yẹn á foam, á dẹ̀ mú èrí yẹn illusin tómi á wá sànù. Wọ́n rí wípé orí tá à ń rìn, whether orí àyín or orí pákó or whatever, it foams. And that foaming also was used in cleaning our teeth. We didn't need any dentist. At that time, the Queen of England, Elizabeth the First, nígbà tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí kó wa lẹ́rú, kò léyìn. She was a young woman of about 37 years. Gbogbo yín ẹ̀ ti di pẹ̀tà. President George Washington, America, pákó léyìn ẹ̀, and was a young man. Ìgbà tó wá rí nǹkan tí wọ́n ń ṣe níbẹ̀ làwọn náà bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sọ pé kí làwọn ará bí ibẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí rí pé èkùrọ́ la fi ń ṣe èkùrọ́ ni source of our ọṣẹ. Wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí coordinate báwọn ṣe máa kó èkùrọ́ lọ sí England tí wọ́n á sọ́dọ̀ ṣẹ. Wọ́n dẹ̀ mú olive tí wọ́n rí ní North Africa, wọ́n dàpọ̀ to reduce the smell. From the company called Colgate Palmolive. Palmolive yẹn is a company tí wọ́n dálẹ̀ based upon nǹkan táwa ti ń ṣe táwọn ò máa ṣe. So we don't have to be ashamed pé àwa náà kọ́ kíní kan tí wọ́n máa ṣe táwọn ò máa ṣe. That's how the world, the planet, that's the benefit of migration. We must separate migration from exploitation. Nǹkan tó kọ́ níbi tó lọ tó fi ní àwọn tó kọ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn lára tó kàn mú lọ sọ́dọ̀ níbi tó ti wá láti benefit àwọn yẹn. That's positive, that's good, that's what we must participate in that too and feverishly too. Torí India in 1947 ò dájú Nàìjíríà lọ. Ní ìsìn àtòkùn bàtà wọn tó. The same thing is true of Korea, even Vietnam. Káwọn ẹ̀sẹ̀ sọ pé Singapore. Ibi táwa ti jókòó bí ọba àdótàǹdé ti pé kún ó liberate wa. Àwọn yòókù, they took the bull by the horn and decided pé láyé àwọn ò padà síbi táwọn ti ń bọ̀ mọ́.
Sorry, that's my expectation. Sorry, that's my expectation. Can we as intellectuals now on various platforms, this platform, now think what we should be doing? We've
been sermonizing about that for a long time.
Just yesterday or the previous day, I ran into one guy that received an award. Exactly what we spoke about here. He graduated in OAU. He's teaching mathematics in Ijebu. Somewhere they invited him to go to receive an award. I was shocked because he's using the vernacular to teach, and we have been talking about this now. Only God knows. Here, you know, I was shocked that this exactly what he's doing, teaching not just in Yoruba but cosine, sine, this and that, and I couldn't even believe that he's using Ijebu to lecture mathematics. And he said his students are getting better. They get better grade.
Yes.
Get to this exam
so
board
we will continue to see people who will lay foundation of certain certain things that we're supposed to do. We will continue.
Yes, sir.
I did that in Indonesia.
Very good.
Under Aregbesola. I was told to retrain mathematics teachers in Osun State.
Yeah, you said it.
You can't do this, do that. That's why we are evangelizing. Agbára wà lọ́wọ́ yín tí tí máa lò, ẹ jẹ́ ká kóra wa jọ pọ̀ ká máa lo agbára tó wà lọ́wọ́ wa tá tí máa lò. But we cannot say mọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀yẹ́ mọ́ o ti sọ ti pẹ́ torí pé o ò ṣe kankan pẹ̀ mo ń ṣe oríṣiríṣi nǹkan pẹ̀ mi ò lè dá ṣe ni. So
àjùṣe o.
Baba Oyefule want to chip in on that. Then Bameto Asoro.
Yes.
After that. Baba Oyefule, then Bameto.
Mr. Prince Kalajaye, what you said is very, very, very true. But Emaja Gbagbe,
Ebo.
Vanga. No, you should have money.
Yes, that's Oyinbo.
Why they were here by the name of God most high.
Amen.
Mr. Kalajaye, Prince Kalajaye, what you said makes a whole lot of sense. But one thing all of us are failing to recognize. You see, the structure, the society that took the Europeans from a bunch of savages to people who could not even compete with us in the 14th, 15th century, compete with us in Nigeria. So those by 19th century had the audacity to take us, no, actually by 15th, 16th century, had the audacity to take us as slaves. And then in the 19th century came to colonize us. And now, even though they left in 1960, they are still our colonizers. We are still being colonized remotely by them. The structure that caused that to be was built gradually. We can see revolution never occurs in nature. And if it does, it more often than not, it will fail. We must study how these savages of the 12th century got to be where they are. Little structures where, even though individually they tend to be more dishonest than we are, but they've built a societal structure that smiles or that frowns on dishonesty at a societal level and smiles on the show of being good. Back home, we had that societal structure of honesty. At least 40, 50, 60, 70 years ago, beginning of last century. We had it, but we have lost it. So we are not going to suddenly start teaching people in Yoruba, teach mathematics in Yoruba, and suddenly think our boys and our girls will be able to compete with the Japanese or the Chinese. We need to teach strength of character. Strength of what? Strength of character. There's not a single professor of mathematics who is able to do wonders, do this, do that, who lies and cheats and run after money. If he runs after money, he's not going to succeed. Look at us. We ran after money way back from 1960. See how poor we are. It's because we lost the infrastructure that could have taken us to the top. Omoluwabi ethos, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
Or if you want to be a Christian lackey, Bible studies. Arabic second-class citizen, Quranic hadith. You can call them whatever you want to, but you've got to have a strength of character. And the strongest measurement of strength of character on this planet is ability to follow the truth. Tí irọ́ bá lọ fún 20 ọdún, ìṣẹ́jú kan ni òótọ́ máa catch up on him. So unless we know that truthfulness is very essential, we must not cheat, we must not lie. So unless we do that, and those are the structures that we actually need to build this super society, which we all want. Intellectually, we can do it. Intellectually, we can do it. But culturally, structurally, can we do it yet? Oluchi.
Thank you, Dr. Oyefule. Please don't forget, I just established or tried to establish through this platform what I called Young Farmers Club that inculcate ethics in primary schools.
I remember when you did it. Too. I agree with you.
Please,
you're on the right track.
Please, if we can just start it, try to establish. I believe every one of us on this platform has an alumni secondary school that we belong to. Let's establish something similar. Not only are they going to be teaching agricultural practice, they are going to be teaching security. And by the way, the word Young Farmers Club is not the regular young. I coin it. It's YORNG. That has meaning. I will come over to make the presentation if I'm given 5 minutes to the there is the special committee that meets before Yoruba Gbode, if possible, because I don't want to.
We will talk about that, and we will get back to you. Bameto, Bameto, Ọjọ́ tí ń lọ, we have to round up. Several gbọ́dọ̀ gbà wá bí.
Ṣé máa ṣe rí gbogbo nǹkan tí à ń sọ yìí, ṣe mọ̀ pé I will say we are propounding theories. When are we going to practicalize all these things we are talking about? Mo mọ̀ pé àwọn bàbá ń sọ so much. Irú kan tí Prince náà sọ, Prince Kai jẹ́ irú àwọn youth something tán dálẹ̀. Then the basic point tí ó ń jẹ wá ń yà ju kò ju pé àní òótọ́, àní òdodo. We are not truthful to ourselves. We are self-centered. We are very, very selfish. I'm using we because I'm part of us. But I can say I'm not doing that. Because when you try to establish something that could benefit people, and these people ruined you, they won't let you get to anywhere, it's very, very discouraging. And what we need most is to have faith, to have good faith, to think right. We have knowledge, we have everything, but when you want to apply it, where you're applying it, they don't let it work. It's like you are wasting your time or money or whatever. So can we just be people that can come together and say, yes, let's handle this part of it and let's continue with it. As Baba is teaching us Yoruba, another one is the example that they gave. Somebody is teaching that in Ijebu or whatever. So can't you gather people like that and do it? Let's start with this. I remember at this Yoruba Gbode, some people are talking about translating textbooks, English or whatever, into Yoruba. I don't know how far that has gone. If we have people that really know this Yoruba, let them translate those things to us. And mark you, the Minister for Education is trying to spoil education again. No, they want to kill it by saying when you are 18 is when you can take SCUSAT exam. 18 at what age?
Thank you. Because we say so many things, most of the time we can't pinpoint. It's like we don't know where we're going. My advice when Prince Khaledaye brought the issue of the Young Farmers Club is whatever that we can lay our hands on individually that is progressive, and we know that is something that we can do on our own. I think we should start doing it. We shouldn't wait because we have so many programs. Even in Yoruba Gbode, Amusheshe, we have a lot. But even though I'm telling you, they will meet. It's from Amusheshe meeting that they will come to this Yoruba Gbode meeting on Sunday when people should be resting. But if we say, oh, until all of us have to rally, get together, it may not be possible. And we are 20 people, and we are going to the mall near me there. So everybody has to take their own way. And when we get there, we meet there, and then we build it up. It's a good thing that Prince Kalejaye said, but it's not something that we may not be able to do it together. You know how many programs that we have said we wanted to do together. I can write baby steps, but I believe in something. Bope boya akololo yo pe baba. And my father used to say, sùúrù àti àìjáwọ́ oni èèyàn fi ní àṣeyọrí. When we have when you want to eat and you can only pick up a grain of rice, if you continue to pick it up, one day you are going to be full by the grace of God. I want to thank everybody that has participated in this program today. I want to especially thank the Amoye mẹ́ta àti obìnrin kan. Obìnrin yẹn náà Amoye ni wọ́n o. Ọkùnrin mẹ́ta, obìnrin kan. Mo kí wọn. I'm very grateful to Yeye Omofalabo Ajayi Soyinka, Yeye Amoye. I'm grateful to everybody that has participated. Now, the quiz. Who wants to try the quiz before we go? The quiz. Who was that poet that will say something? And this is why people will like almost speak to their pen because of the voice, even though they didn't understand the language. Who was that poet? Auntie? Okay, she left. She wanted to try. Oh my God. I want, but she wanted to try. I want to see if I can get her to just tell.
Maybe it's Princess Muradiun Kalejaye.
No. No. Can somebody call okay. I can't get her. I think she left. Okay. So who wants to try? Who know the Akewi? Okay, I guess I'm going to give myself the gift because nobody knows it.
Now.
No, I mean, you see, no, this is not a home test. This is answer it right now. And it's not open book. It is Shobo Arobi Odu.
Let me say it, please.
Ẹ̀yin ará ìlú ẹ kò dẹ̀ ń gbóhùn mi dán. Ikú pẹ́ nílà, ikú pẹ́ ní kò là. Ikú ìpabíọ́lá lábùdá ìyẹn máa lè ó fìyà jòtòṣì. That wasn't Shobo. That was Shola Yusuf that tried to emulate and mimic Shobo in my Ewo Ogbeja. But eventually it didn't get put in the album. But that was Shobo Arobi Odu. It will say so many things about this colonialist in Egba land. But they didn't know the meaning. They would be dancing. Padi otoyi oko nobìnrin o ṣàbùkù. He didn't know. So the second quiz was who said I found with infinite pleasure the great object of my mission. The long short fall.
Is it
ẹ lè
fair?
dáhùn ẹ gba fìlà mẹ́ta tẹ́ ẹ bá gbà.
Máa pín fìlà mẹ́ta yẹn fáwọn yòókù.
Fìlà yìí ti pọ̀ jù.
No, ìyẹn nìkan kọ́ is not fair. Wo bá mi lọ sí school ní gbọ̀ngàn.
Okay. Okay, ó yẹ sọ o.
Mango Park.
Bàbá ẹ gbà bàjẹ́.
Mango Park, and he said
you got it right.
It's a good. He wanted to get, they call Mali Republic.
And he didn't know what he was doing. How can you come from far away and you say you are the one who discovered the fountain?
He discovered.
But I saw with infinite pleasure the great object of my mission.
Yeah, that's his mission. Kò sọ pé discover èyí discover nǹkan tó ti wà ńbẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ kò sọ pé kò síbẹ̀ kó o tó dé. It's not an invention, it's a discovery.
Baba, I don't believe that what he said made sense because the people there know where the water is coming from. So he said it as if he was the one who find out where the water was coming from.
But maybe
Europeans he was.
Yes, yes, that's exactly the point. Olotu, I think he found it for his people.
To discover the source, to discover the Niger.
Oda, thank you.
He wasn't writing for us or for humanity. He was writing for the people he represented. I said you òyìnbó pọ̀, but kì í ṣe wo nǹkan la fi máa sọ pé wọ́n wà wrong.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ Olótù, one statement tí bàbá bá sọ̀rọ̀ tán, one sentence statement. Tẹ́ bá ti nígbà Mango Park, wọ́n wò as human beings. We were 3/5 of a man. So ìgbà tí òun arrogantly ní pé òun discover.
Yeah.
And those of us who are living there, òun feel ní pé àwọn tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ń ṣe èèyàn, wọ́n ní humanity. Exactly, wọ́n ní humanity of the European. Nǹkan tó wọ́n allude sí nìyẹn. White privilege ló ń try láti sọ pé ká pé àwọn 1 million blacks ti rí tí òun funfun tóun bá kàn débẹ̀ tóun bá rí lẹ́ǹkan òun lòun discover ẹ̀ nìyẹn nǹkan tó sọ nìyẹn.
Orí rẹ̀ ọ̀dà lọ́nà ọ̀run bí tọ́lá.
Orí rẹ̀ ọ̀dà lóòótọ́.
So thank you, everybody. We are going to continue this episode. Next week, too, by the grace of God, we are going to speak English. We are going to talk about the psychological effect of colonialism. And Baba Dokito Lokpolo, who knows very much about psychology and is going to talk to us about the psychological effect of colonialism. And we are going to look at it. Shale bo aboti di abaku ashoawo. Is there a way out for us, or it is irretrievable? So that is number one. If we have enough time, we are also going to look at the role of women. The role of women in resistance at that time, because the 95% of men were warrant chiefs for these colonialists, and they were doing more than what they asked them to torture people. But the women were doing something different. So we are going to look at it. We may be lucky to be able to finish both topics. Olori Likpede will be our guest speaker on that by the grace of God. Thank you so much, everybody. We are still calling for donation for Yoruba Gbode. We are renting this platform, and I'm grateful to the Interfaith for coming to our aid so we could use this platform to broadcast. Thank you very much. That is the next topic that we are doing. We are going to finish up colonialism. That is not all. We want to talk about, we want to look at enlightenment for first home buyers. And we're going to look at all those ingredients that come together to make loan accessible to our people. I know some of us are not first-time homeowners, but if we have the information, we could help our children. I'm grateful to everybody, and this is where we're going to draw the curtain. If anybody have any announcement, you can make it.
Yes, I just want to say, will I have the opportunity to send me to the BIMO next week before?
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, I have to ask. I will. Let me say this, but I'm still going to talk to because Igbima Musheshe is formed differently. I don't know whether they will want you to do that at Igbima Musheshe. But having said that, I think we can do it during Yoruba Gbode, or I will talk to the coordinator of Igbima Musheshe. Igbima Musheshe is formed together under a very stringent measures that, is different from the way Yoruba Gbode platform come together. But I'm going to talk to you after the meeting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Just a quick one. I'm inviting everybody to come and join me every Friday on TikTok. It's a pleasant platform, loads to be discussed, and I'll have a couple of eminent members of this platform. Please come on.
Okay, thank you. Please, can you send it to me like a Thursday so I can also post it?
Okay, thank you.
láyé ìgbà yẹn nìyẹn tó ju.
Àwọn Ìjẹ̀bú kan ti gbowó lọ́mí already.
Ó ti ní more value ń sìn, professor.
Ẹ máa tara yín jẹ ń bẹ̀.
Ẹ dákun ta ni sọ̀rọ̀. Bá a ṣe gun ẹjẹ́ àmọ́ rí yín o. Ẹjẹ́ àmọ́ rí yín lóòrèkóòrè, ẹ má jẹ́ àmọ́ rí yín nídàkúrekú o.
Ìrànjọ́ kan tó sọ pé lọ́dọ̀ bàbá Olóòmọ ní àwọn tán owó Ìjẹ̀bú. Bàbá ní
kí ni bàbá wí?
Ó ní kó kù sí ẹlẹ́nu bí kan.
Òótọ́ dẹ̀ ni owó kìkìdí lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́nu bàjẹ́.
Mo ti gbàgbéra.
Owó Ọlọ́run mà nìyẹn, owó Ọlọ́run.
Owó alárẹ̀, èmi ò ní jẹ́ kí àrùn ó pé méjì kọ́ mọ́ bá di nǹkan mìíràn.
Ẹ kú iṣẹ́.
Ẹ ṣeun. Ó di ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ o. By the grace of God, we are going to meet next week. My name is Shola Yusuf. I'm grateful to everybody. Ẹni tó fún ni lówó kò fẹ́ kébi ó pa ni, ẹni tó fún ni lọ́mọ.
Ẹ sọ lóyìnbó.
Ẹni tó fún mi lọ́mọ kò ní yé èbò tí mo máa ń sọ, kò fẹ́ kí àjàgbé bí òyìnbó dalẹ̀, ohun dúdú ni mo fi ń sọ, kò yẹ kí wọ́n gbọ́ ohun dúdú tí mo fi ń sọ ohun. Àwọn ni wọ́n lùsì kí wọ́n máa bá ọba Ìjẹ̀bú gbójó kọ, orí mo lùsì. Ó di ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ. Ó di ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ ká tó tún pàdé bí ẹlẹ́mìí ò bá gbà á.
Ta ló sọ pé ọmọ Ìbàdàn yẹn?
Àná àwọn náà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ pé
ta ló láyà láàdùn sọ pé ọmọ Ìbàdàn? Ẹ sọ pé ọmọ Ìbàdàn. níbi tí yèyé Ṣọlá Yusuf wà.
ẹnu ọmọ Ìbàdàn kí ni sóò ni.
Báṣegun ẹ jẹ́ àpàdé ń kúdẹ tí ọmọ Òkè Odò ní mí o.
Well, I will be there in first week of June, second week of June, if you want to join me.
Okay, okay.
Báṣegun ẹ ń ṣèbàdàn.
A máa sọ̀rọ̀ kó tó dìgbà yẹn.
Báṣegun ẹ ń ṣèbàdàn, ẹ ń ṣèjẹ̀bú, ẹ ń ṣèjẹ̀ṣà. Kò yé mi o.
Àwọn gan ni complete Yorùbá.
Yorùbá ni wà.
That's right.
Ìgbẹ̀yìn Jẹ̀bú, Ìjẹ̀ṣà, Ìbàdàn. Àwọn gan ni Yorùbá, ojúlówó ọmọ Yorùbá.
Dọ́bù ni Ìjẹ̀ṣà nìkan yẹn.
Ó di kọ̀ bí èbó fi ẹnu ọkọ̀ sọlẹ̀. Yèyé mi ibikíbi tó bá wà ilẹ̀ rẹ ni o.
Ilẹ̀ rẹ o.
Ó dọjọ́ mẹ́jọ láṣẹ Olúwa.
Àmín.
Bàbá Oyèfúnlẹ̀ ò gbọ́ Yorùbá náà ó ní ìyẹ̀lé.
Ó ti di tó.
Ẹkún ṣe bàbá Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́. Bàbá Gómìnà
Bàbá Oyèfúnlẹ̀ ó ní ìyẹ̀lé.
Ẹkún iṣẹ́.
Ó di akérébọ́tọ́.
Màá rí lọ́dọ̀ Gáàjì.
Ọ̀rọ̀ ká ìyá ọba lára. Ó ní èmi kì í ìyá ọ̀bọ. Ó dàárọ̀ o.
Ẹ kí Trump o.
Ó dàárọ̀ o.
Ẹ̀yin náà wá bá wa jẹun lọ́dọ̀ Trump o.
Ẹ kí Trump o.
Ẹ wá bá wa jẹun lọ́dọ̀ Trump o. Mo lè fọwọ́ sọ̀yà pé nǹkan dáadáa lẹ́ bàbá o.
Ó dáa o, ẹ ṣeun.
Ọlọ́run aṣọ yín o, bàbá Bánkọ́lé nínú ìrìn àjò yín o.
Àmì o, mo wà Maryland bá.
Ẹyẹ ìfò kò forí sọgi o.
Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Ṣé ẹ máa ń drive ni?
No, mo fly one.
Wow.
Mo hùyẹ́.
Wow.
Mo wá fò wá.
Àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi méjì.
Ọtúbà Òsénì, ẹ ṣeun o.
Àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi méjì wọn plan láti di gọ́vnà. Báṣegun àti bàbá Bánkọ́lé.
Èmi kẹ̀. Ìyẹn ti bọ́ orí.
Gọ́vnà bo.
Any state bá ti wà available àwọn méjèèjì fẹ́ kàn.
Gọ́vnà Àwórì land. Mo lè ṣe gọ́vnà l'Àwórì land.
No problem. Tí ẹ ní di 10 years ìgbẹ́ ti stay bẹ́ẹ̀ máa recommendation di tó.
Mo mọ̀ pé fún wọn ní recommendation torí kickback àti contract.
Àníṣìn àti jù yẹn lọ. Ọ̀fẹ́ nígbàlẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ tiwa. Anyway, I expect everybody in your Friday. Please join me.
Yes, send there by Thursday.
I will do.
Èmi náà máa ń gbàgbé ni. Ìgbà mi máa ń fẹ́ join.
Baba Bankole ti wá many times and we really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
All right, sir. Bye-bye.
Ó dàárọ̀. Kásùnre.
Àmì o.
Báṣegun, ẹ bá wa kílé o.
Wọ́n á gbọ́. Thank you very much.
Ó dìgbà.
Bye.
Ìrèpá máa rè mí o.
Dàárọ̀ Professor Adéníran.
Oh.